Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know it? We don't doubt you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. Deep in your blood, deep in your blood, go and take it. You can chase it. Rise, rise.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing? Tonight is a very special night for us here at Legends Esports because of two very important reasons. One, it's our first ever LTS Premade Finals, and we've got two banger teams going up against each other in a best-of-5 series. AKM Esports versus University of Alberta A tonight in that best-of-5, as I mentioned, but it is going to be an absolute banger. Before I bring on my color caster who's joining me tonight, we have got another very important announcement because I have been doing this for a long time, and my goodness, we have just hit another incredible milestone here at the stream. It is our 2-year anniversary, so happy birthday to Legends Esports as we just crossed our 2 years. I just want to give a big thank you to everyone who has been involved along the way. It has been an incredible journey, but tonight we celebrate, or will celebrate, one final winner who is going to be taking home the LTS Championship tonight. Our first ever one, and I can't do it alone. You see his name up there on the TV there, and he's been here many times to split. Dream is joining me tonight on the co-cast. How are you doing tonight, brother?
I just took another sip of my energy drink, I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. Ready for another finals. I hope it is not another 3-0 because I feel like I'm cursing these teams to 3-0 finals. Maybe this is why you didn't let me do finals last split.
No. This has just been a crazy split. I mean, based on the games we've seen, it's either been a straight 3-0 or we saw the other week where RTT got the reverse sweep against RAR. So there's been a lot of back and forth this split, but we have a couple of extremely strong teams here tonight, and going into these games, a lot of us can say that Akuma might be the favorite after holding that first seed spot for pretty much the entire split. They have been looking so dominant, but over on the other side, UAE kind of coming out of nowhere. They were kind of bumping in between that third, second, and fourth place spot there, but they absolutely dominated tempo control last week. So they are looking absolutely strong in playoff position. We're going to go ahead and flip it on over to the lineup so you can see who is playing for tonight. But guys, if you haven't already, make sure to enter that raffle. 2,000 Legend tokens going to be handed out after this game here tonight. But let's see who's on.
I'll just say thank you in advance.
Oh yeah, don't let dreams steal them. But yeah, I think you're looking good for tokens. Anyways, on the lineup for tonight, over on the side of Akuma, we have AKM Revnon in the top lane, AKM some carry in the jungle, AKM Cutie in the mid lane, along with AKM Bodast and AKM Dark Lord Matt in the bot lane. But over on UAE side, we have Rizzy Wan in the top lane, Woshi Garvin in the jungle, Hong Kong player in the mid lane, Durana in the ADC position, along with Matthew Bobo XD. So I'm so hyped to see these guys face off here. This is going to be just a brawl of champions tonight, even though one of them is going to walk away the champions and one of them will be ending in the second place position. Either way, these two teams have looked fantastic throughout the split. I'm excited to see what they whip out here in this best of 5 series, because this draft is just so important. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be running some comps back from the regular season that we saw, or if they have something special planned here for the finals tonight.
Was it Akuma that pulled out the Teemo?
Yes, it was.
I don't think we'll be seeing a Teemo in finals. As fun as that would be, I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, they were the ones to bring that out a couple weeks ago. Actually, a few weeks ago now. It was back, I believe, week 8 or week 9 on stream that we got to see them whip out that little fun.
Yeah, and it was
pick.
actually. Yeah, it was actually against UAE. It was against the sister team of the team they're playing in the finals. So,
yeah, that's it was something for sure when we saw that first come out. But they actually did surprisingly well with it. I know we do joke about it, but if you can make a champion work and the other team has no idea what to do about it, you take those, right? You just kind of take those, especially when every single game matters in this best of 5. So I'm very excited to see if they're going to be going for some of their more preferred champs, something that's a little bit more comfortable for them. But you never know. You never know with Akuma. They are definitely brave with those picks that they can go for. I do expect to see something like the Thresh being a highly contended pick. Both the Mats play that champion. Actually, they're both very, very efficient with any hook champion. So I would expect those to be highly contended supports here tonight. But I think a lot is on the table for what these two teams can choose from, and we'll just have to see how it unfolds once this draft gets started. So I'll give the players the ready check here, and we can get this first draft underway here. There's the ready from the side of UAE. Just waiting for Akuma now to be all ready, but we want to make sure our players are fully seated, ready to go, for all this action, because potential 5 games here tonight is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot, but I'm I'm so fired up for this dream.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely ready for this. This is the first going into our long weekend of finals. I do believe both Valorant streams will be in their finals on Saturday and Sunday respectively as well.
Semi-finals for Valorant this weekend. Finals for Valorant is next weekend. But this will be the second last League of Legends finals for this split. So LTS will be concluding tonight. LRS draft will be concluding next Tuesday, and that's it. That's it for League of Legends for our winter split. So it's incredible to see how fast the split kind of disappeared.
Yeah,
kind of crazy, but
one moment I was picking people to join my LAS draft team. The next moment I'm casting finals for the best of the best Legends has to offer at LTS. So
it's gonna be a fun night, and I'm hoping we see more than 3 games. I'm hoping it's not a blowout here, but Akuma being that favorite coming in, they have shown up quite massive this split. But like I mentioned earlier, the way UAE played last week was kind of a different version of UAE than what we've seen throughout the regular split, and they just came prepared for playoffs so much. But let's see how this draft goes between these two teams, as we are going to be starting this up. Akuma on the blue side for this first game, so they will have that pick prio for draft, getting that B1, but it does allow UAE to potentially look for some counters with their last pick, so we'll have to see what kind of comps these guys are going for, because honestly, from what I've seen, UAE's got a lot of good team play, but Akuma's one of those teams that will, it's honestly death by 1,000 cuts. They take and they take and they take, and it might seem like little objectives here and there, but it does add up over a while, and then it gets to a point in the game where Akuma just destroys you in a team fight, and you're left wondering, what the hell just happened? Like, wasn't this game even? No, they have been accumulating gold for minutes and minutes throughout this game, so we'll have to see if they do follow that kind of similar playstyle tonight. I mean, that's kind of one of the big strengths of Akuma, is being able to dominate the game, and we've talked about it before, proactivity versus reactivity. Let's see who's being the more proactive team in this first game here tonight.
yeah, definitely agree. Akuma has shown that just because they may be down in kills, they're usually ahead in gold for some reason or another. It could be a Twisted Fate pick with the extra gold that he's getting, the Gangplank, but we are going through I'm going to go through the bands really quick before we start talking about these picks, which are already very, very interesting here. We have the Senna, the Echo, and the Hecarim banned away by Akuma. I actually really like watching LTS because you get to see more targeted picks, as people are less interested in banning those super powerful meta picks, and they're more interested in target banning certain players instead. But going to the other side here, we have the Vel'Koz, the Tristana, and the Zoe, and no priority on the Seraphine, as we're already going into the last pick of first rotation. We have the Jarvan as the first pick for Akuma. We've seen Jarvan rise in priority in the higher elos, as well as that Sivir and Morgana. That is probably one of the safest lanes you are going to get. Very, very hard to get onto those people. Very hard, even harder to kill them. Who's Thresh going to hook? The person with the black shield, or the person with the spell shield? I don't know. Probably neither. We are going to see the Thresh picked up, though. You did talk about how strong these players are on these hook champions, and we have seen a mini Thresh change the faces of entire games because of a single hook and a very tight spot in the middle of the game here. We do see the Jinx picked up as well. Jinx, one of those late game hyper carries that has been rising in priority since the buff she received a few patches ago, and since the kind of die off of the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has fallen in priority quite a bit, being replaced by that Tristana, by this Jinx, and the Caitlyn occasionally with the Sivir as well. Sivir's been rising in priority quite a lot as of late. The Volibear has been seen constantly. We pretty much, there hasn't been a series that I haven't casted recently without a Volibear in it. So we do see a more targeted bans, the Urgot being taken away from Revnon. We've seen what Revnon can do on that Urgot. I do think that is a very good target ban there. We have seen what Hong Kong player can do on that Talon as well. So another target ban, also very, very good here. And we're just going to wait to see what the other bans are. Rise is also one of those very, very strong late game picks. And
there it is. I was going to say, I was waiting for the Fizz to come through against Hong Kong player. He is kind of crazy when that is allowed through. And with a Volibear on the map, I mean, that's kind of an indicator that UAE is possibly going to be looking for some tower dives, though. I don't think they want to send it bottom because of all the things you said based around what that bot lane carries. Double spell shields there for them is going to make it extremely hard to lock those that Sivir and that Morgana down. So I would expect that Volley. Oh no, he's going to be a top. That's a top lane Volibear with an Udyr in the jungle for Woshi Garvin. So You wanna dive some top lane? Well, there's your condition there. So I expect top lane to be a bit of a hot spot here for UAE, and a strong Volibear. Honestly, you said it too. It has been in a lot of these games we have recently casted, so it's a strong pick. Offers a nice little bit of beefy, a lot of front line there, but so does a Darius and the Ziggs to round out the comp for Akuma. Okay.
They say if you won't let us have explosive charges, then we'll just throw satchel charges at you and destroy your turrets that way. We do see a few different hovers coming around for the mid laner for Hong Kong player here. I would actually like to see a Twisted Fate. A Twisted Fate with this composition would be very, very strong. So would the Orianna, though. So another one of those very strong, very safe picks. Silas, it is going to actually be the Silas. Silas is going to be... I really like the Silas into their composition. He has quite a few ultimates that he can steal that are really, really good. You would think that usually stealing an 80 carries ultimate isn't the greatest if you're a Silas, but stealing that on the hunt can be game-changing with the composition like UAE has.
Well, the thing is too, I'm trying to think back if that Silas, if he's able to steal the Noxian Guillotine there from Darius, does he get the resets on it?
I do believe he does, but remember, the Noxian Guillotine without the stacks of hemorrhage doesn't do all that much damage.
That's also true. So probably not the most ideal thing, but there are a lot of good options for this Silas to pick up. I mean, the Cataclysm from the Jarvan is great if you're looking to lock down somebody. You mentioned too, the On the Hunt. You want some speed? Well, there's some speed for your team to run at somebody, especially the fact that you have an Udyr and a Volibear who are, for some reason, some of the most mobile champs I have seen in recent times, with the exception of the Cannibal Rammus. I don't expect to see that coming out tonight, but it does definitely give your team a lot of options to catch out and make some picks. And especially so if we end up seeing a Cloud Drake on in this first game. So we've seen a couple times. I know we like to kind of crap on the poor Cloud Drake there. It doesn't get as much love as it might deserve. But in comps where you are running this Udyr, where you're just looking to fly out of the jungle and bear slap someone, it can honestly make such a difference having that extra little bit of mobility to get in the face of your enemy. So let's see what this Drake's going to be this game.
Yeah. And not only that, we also have to keep an eye on the Get Excited passive from the Jinx. We're talking about movement speed champions. The moment that this Jinx gets a reset and she gets to get excited and gets that movement speed, it is going to be very, very hard for Akuma to actually deal with the Jinx. There isn't a lot of options to actually lock down this Jinx. Really, it's the Jarvan and the Morgana binding. That's about it. You really don't have much of anything else to keep this Jinx from being able to kite your team. And there is a lot of front line that you have to burn through to even get to the Jinx at all. And besides the Jarvan, they really don't have somebody to go in and dive. So Akuma really needs to play these fights very, very carefully. They have to play it front to back, which I do think favors UAE.
Yes, I would think in this case, looking at these comps, we might give the edge on over to UAE here. While we're talking about this, just a reminder that predictions are now open. Teams are all locked in, so you can go ahead and put those tokens down on who you think is going to win game number 1 here. But look at these guys. Yes, I think I agree within that front-to-back kind of mentality here for UAE. They've definitely got some good front lines with that Volibear, with that Udyr. Silas can kind of choose to be where he wants to be because he is one of those slippery champions, but again, depending on where that ult or whose ult he steals is going to determine his positioning in these fights. However, one thing that just stands out to me is when we end up seeing Darius picked in these games, especially in the hands of someone like Revnon, that to me just screams out, okay, you might be dealing with this Jarvan while he's diving on your back line, but I feel like Revnon, once he gets some items under his belt, as long as he doesn't end up getting dove repeatedly over and over again in that top lane, he's going to be a massive threat. With the amount of healing that that a Darius can pull off in the middle of fights, it becomes very, very hard to take that champion down. So we'll have to see.
And you can even see, you just look at the composition that the side of Akuma built here. Akuma has a Ziggs, a Sivir, and a Morgana for their mid bot lane. That just screams weak side, which means this Jarvan is camping Volibear. He wants to get this Darius ahead. Darius is the strong side of this matchup. It's very hard to get onto Ziggs. Ziggs is a very safe champion. I already talked about Silver Morgana, how hard it is to actually get on top of them. So all of the attention from this Jarvan is going towards this top side, and Roshan Garvin, he has to be very, very aware of that, and needs to be able to respond at a moment's notice, because his strong side is definitely this bot side, the Jinx Thresh here, and this mid laner. The Volibear is 100% playing weak side. He is going to probably get dove a lot. He's going to get camped a lot, and he's just going to have to either survive the lane, or the Udyr is going to have to change his game plan to make sure that this Volibear doesn't get too far behind. Because like you said, if this Darius gets a significant lead, it could just spell at the end of the game very early.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I was saying earlier. Top is going to be a little bit of a hot spot, but I think that's honestly the case for both. I do look at this team, though, for Akuma and say they have some options in the bot lane to possibly look for some dives. So Matthew Bobo is going to have to be on point with those flays, especially if you see the flag and drags coming in from some carry. You just got to be ready for that. But it's a lot that can follow up off of one single Morgana binding. I mean, we've seen together how much a boomerang blade can do. It is kind of disgusting, the damage that Sivir's able to pump out right now in 11.7. So I think that's one of the reasons why she's become really popular again, is that, you know, one little CC is a lot of damage that you can follow up with. So this is
just a little block difference last night. That's about it.
No. Oh boy, that's okay. I mean, this is a lot different than Silver Solo Q that you and I were grinding through last night.
Right. Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, I made up for it today. You saw what I sent you earlier, so.
True, you did. But 30 seconds to go, guys. Make sure to keep getting those predictions in for game number 1 here. Let us know who you think is going to win this first game of the best of 5. But when we come back from our break, we'll be hopping into our first game of the night. So, guys, get settled, go grab a snack, go run to the bathroom, do whatever you got to do to get ready for this, because this is going to be a hype series. You're not going to want to miss this as we start into this best of 5 to determine who will be our first ever LTS champions, guys. We'll see you back here in a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to an absolutely blank screen. We've got actually a fun little intro trying to play. There we go. We are into this game now. Hopping onto the riff here for game number 1 of the LTS Premade Grand Finals. And it seems like my 3D camera is not cooperating on the first one tonight. But we'll get it working later on, ladies and gentlemen. But we are officially into this one now, and it seems like
we got a little bit of an invade here. No, they're going to spot it out. They know, and they're going to come in for the invade here. Rizzy needs to be a little bit careful.
oh, let's see.
Actually getting a bit of damage back onto Cutie there, but that still is a lot of damage onto Rizzy1. He is going to have to reset there, and they are going to get vision onto that red buff there. So just a trade of vision. Nothing too special going on there. No Summoner's Burn this time around. You do see Dark Lord Matt just waiting, just in case they decide to stick around there. But we should have just a standard. Oh, never mind. He's not going to. They're not going to be able to clear it.
Nope, not quite, but that will give both teams information. I mean, both sides are going to know where each jungler is starting, and I think everyone's going to be essentially neutral off of the information that everybody's getting, because you can look at that red buff where the ward is on the side of UAE's jungle and see that no one's there. So the only other place is that he's probably starting on his blue, and the fact that the Jarvan is spotted out by this ward as well too, that UAE was able to place. It's pretty much net zero, but we have some trading already going on in this mid lane. Cutie getting a little bit low. Hong Kong player getting those Conqueror stacks up. They will back off for now.
Now, I have played this top lane matchup before, the Volibear into the Darius. The moment level 3 hits, Darius is going to absolutely destroy this Volibear. But the moment these champions reach level 5, for some reason, Volibear just absolutely demolishes Darius. And after post 6, Darius just can't win anymore. I'm not sure what changes and what is the difference, as we do see Rizzy1 taking quite a bit of damage there, has 3 stacks of hemorrhage.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dream.
I was just gonna say he's it's one of those moments that I was just talking about, where he is going to struggle in those very, very early levels. Darius is going to hard shove him in pretty easily here, as he's going to get another chunk of damage, and Rizzy1's already at half HP. He needs to be a little bit careful
because of that,
yep,
because they're getting pulled back in. He will drop down a little bit of protection for himself to get on out of that. Is bot lane pushing in quite nicely for UAE. They're getting some good pressure down here. The boomerang blade coming out will do just a little bit of damage to Durana, but
we do have a little bit of a mess up on the overlay here. It looks like it's cutting off the Darius and Volibear's stuff on stream.
Where exactly is... Oh, it is. What the heck? That is super duper weird. It's a little strange to me. I'll see if I can fix that on my end here. It's just a little wonky to me.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and keep going. We do see that the Udyr and the Jarvan here are on this top side of the map. So, there you go, all fixed up for you. But nothing's going to happen there. We do see the Jarvan coming down to the bot side. It looks like he's going to try and double scuttle. We see the Ziggs moving down with him. The Silas actually had to take a reset. So it is going to be the priority for the Jarvan here, as that binding goes to Narnia. But Akuma is going to be moving up here. They are going to pick it up, as
almost
he's going to be able to get out.
Almost, though. That's playing with a little bit of fire there, especially with that Thresh floating around. That's a little scary, but we see Revnon, again, trading so well into Rizzy right now. They are about to hit that level 5 marks, as you mentioned, where Volibear tends to flip it around, but he's going on in. Revnon looks for it, and he finds first blood. The solo kill on over to Akuma to start things off, and we've got things starting off now, so that's good. That's good to see some gold in the pockets of one of these teams here, as the hook will go a little wide off of that one, but Akuma starting us off, and that gold on the Darius too. You couldn't have asked for a better way to start it for them.
A solo kill, not respecting the flash Q from the Darius there, ends up costing the Volibear his life right as the level 5 hits for these champions. Volibear is doing the walk of shame back to lane. He has his TP, going to save it. That wave is going to be crashing as he gets there, so he is going to be able to catch this wave and catch up in CS a bit. But actually has a Dorian's ring and a Dark Seal in his inventory. A little curious. I think he just wants the damage from the W. I believe just that way he can maybe survive. Just a little bit longer here, or not the W, the E rather,
yeah.
The Sky Splitter. Yeah, it does hurt quite a bit. But I don't think that is going to help him too much in this matchup because now the phage is completed. Cutie is very, very aggressive in this matchup against the. Oh, we got another fight here in the top side as Jarvan's coming.
Oh boy, Revnon about to pick up another one. The flash from Rizzy 1 to get on out. The flag and drag in though. Not going to go on over to Revnon, but some carry there to help clean it up. And we did say top lane was going to be a bit of a hot spot, but more for Akuma so far is now 2 kills on over to them. No towers yet, but you're starting to see that little gold lead creep its way up. It's only 1.3k gold around 6 minutes, but this is the start of those 1,000 cuts that I was talking about on the draft. This is what they do. Little kill here, little objective there, and eventually we're going to get to, 15, 20 minutes, and you realize there's a 5k gold difference out of nowhere.
Yeah, and because the pressure in mid lane, they weren't even able to trade for the dragon with the some carry on that top side. We do see a possible fight in the mid lane here, but it is not. They are just going to back off. As the third scuttle of the game goes over to Akuma. Dark Lord Matt has not had a lot of fun trying to hit these bindings this time around. Neither of these champions have actually hit a binding or a hook that I've seen, and if they have, nothing's come out of it. Revnon is level 6, but so is Rizzy 1. Needs to be a little bit careful here. We do have the double.
Nice hook though, and the Jinx traps are down. The Black Shield will be able to get him out. The binding will come through onto Matthew Bobo as well too, but a lot of good poke coming from Durana there. Those Jinx rockets honestly can be pretty terrifying, and that's why we're seeing a lot of Jinxes come out with that Conqueror now. It's been pretty strong in those extended team fights, but getting that bot prio, forcing that Sivir Morgana off is kind of going to allow Garvin here to start this Cloud Drake up. Some carry is going to spot him out, though, with that flag, so hopefully we see this rotation over from Matthew and Durana soon, but Jarvan may just back off, give this one on over for free.
Yeah, it is just the Cloud Dragon. If it was a Cloud Soul, maybe they might want to contest a little bit more, but it's just a Cloud Dragon. We do have the Infernal Drake coming in as the next one here, as the Sivir is going to have to reset, just a little bit low on HP there, but does have a pretty big lead in CS. Well, not that big, maybe about a wave and a half there. It is going to even back up as Sivir decides to stay, just so that way she can catch the wave and keep the CS lead that she already has there. We do see Cutie clearing out some vision up there in the top river as another hook lands. Nothing's going to come out of it because it is under tower. Thresh Jinx not the best at diving, especially against a Sivir Morgana. That would be very difficult.
Very, very difficult, and especially the fact that some carry is on this side of the map too. He is floating around in the river. Potentially could just look for the dive right here. Matthew and Durana are pushed up quite a bit. Flag and Drake comes out, and that's going to be the Cataclysm coming down. The Black Shield on the Jarvan as well too means you can't do anything to stop him. The box will come through as well too. The hook comes in, the binding, and oh my goodness, Akuma barely make it out alive, but all 3 members of that dive will survive as more trading going on in the mid lane. Hong Kong player trading back and forth as the Mega Inferno Death Bomb coming through from both sides here. And these mid laners are going to limp away from each other so low as Garvin caught out taking that Herald, and Revnon is really flexing how strong he is. Oh my gosh, what was Hong Kong player doing there? We pan away the camera for 2 seconds there, and I think a little bit of greed might have gotten the best of him there as we see him a bit of an awkward spot there to die.
Hey, Cutie getting the solo kill there. It panned away for you, but it did not pan away for me. He decided to dive because of how low he was, and burning Cutie just burns the flash, gets away, does one auto to guarantee the kill after the turret does all the work, and then dodges away from the Super Mega Death Rocket just to look cool.
This is a cool guys don't look at explosions. That is AKM Cutie right now as he walks away from that. And another 300 gold into the pockets of Akuma. We're starting to see that gold lead climb even more. As last time we mentioned it at 6 minutes, it was 1.3. Well, we're now about 3k gold up for Akuma. And even though that dragon is underneath and claimed by UAE right now, it is 5 kills to 0. And yeah, that gold is starting to add up quite a little bit here. So those early leads we're seeing, those little slight advantages, this is how Akuma likes to start it, and UAE need to find some answers relatively soon, so this doesn't snowball out of control for them.
There's just not a lot of options for Woshi Garvin to actually try and capitalize on pretty much anywhere. Like I said, it's very, very difficult to gank a Sivir Morgana. It is very hard to gank a Ziggs, and this Darius is very far ahead. Actually, almost ended up killing the Udyr at the Rift Herald during that kill onto Hong Kong player. The Woshi Garvin got ulted, and the only reason he survived was that turtle stance. So as we do see another hook land, as Darkler Matt has to run away. Just a hook magnet this time around, but that's not the person you want to be hooking. Unfortunately, Vodcast, excuse me, he's not the subject of all of this here, as Akuma is just going to keep accumulating this lead. Still sitting around that 3,000 gold lead here, as Rizzy1 is just, he's not having a fun time.
Oh boy, the flash forward from Revnon. He's going to look to spin to win, but the flash out from Rizzy1, along with the Stormbringer, just to get himself to safety. He's going to be sitting at half a health bar. And yeah, Revnon flexing his muscles up in that top lane, showing us who is piloting that scary Dairy is none other than the scary top laner himself from Akuma. Yeah. So he's not afraid to step up for those fights.
And look at what Darius's items are. He has the Phage, he has a Sheen, so I think he's going for the Triforce, I want to say.
Possibly. Ooh, some good damage coming down. Is
just one more, and then he can ult. He's very, very close there. And he also has the Executioner's Calling, so that healing bite that Rizzy1 has doesn't mean anything, because he's cutting that healing virtually in half, and you're already struggling in that lane, and not having that healing is really putting a dampener on his ability to try and fight back, as another Scuttle is going to go to some carry here. We do see Udyr on the top side of the map trying to get something for his team, working on that Rift Herald.
Uh-oh, Matthew Bobo's going to have to be careful. There's the members from Akuma have rotated around. This dragon is now spawning on the map. That will be an Infernal. And first for them if they're able to secure it. However, on the other side of the map, there's Garvin smacking away at this Herald. So it will be a trade of objectives here, but that Infernal will be a nice little bit of extra damage into the hands of Akuma. But we are going to see a Mountain Soul this game. So, I mean, we talked about it before. Mountain's really good on any team. You can get it onto those extra shields, but the way we're seeing this go, that gold lead is growing and growing. We are almost at 4K now at 13 minutes, and it doesn't seem like a lot has been happening, but, you know, a lot of CS going through for these teams, a lot of objective taking. That's kind of the game of Akuma, as the Soul Shackle is coming through for the bot lane. The Flay to try and bring Bodaz back, but he will survive some more in the mid lane, as Udyr is running away, but gets Cataclysmed up. Oh my goodness, here comes the Herald as well, too, and it's just going to be a bunch of exchange of ults across the mid and bot lane, but nobody dies. Lose a few summoners, and we will proceed as normal, as scheduled here, Dream.
Yeah, we lose the heal and the ignite from the bot side of Akuma. The heal, flash, and ignite from the bot side of UAE, and in the mid lane, it is just the flash for ultimate traded, the Jarvan ultimate used for Woshi Garvin's ultimate there, or flash there. I say his ultimate, but he uses his ultimate constantly. We already see it. It's just on cooldown and circular motion there. As we do see resets coming across the board and a possible dive here.
Is he gonna go for it? Okay, Rizzy decides to end up staying. Revnon gonna pull him back in. That is just gonna be the signal for some carry to come on in. There's the flag, there's the drag. The damage is coming through. The Stormbringer is gonna be popped. Just a little bit of damage will do it, and he ends up bleeding him out. But Silas popping on in. He hijacks the Cataclysm away and is able to pick up a trade kill there. So across the board, it's 1 for 1. UAE putting themselves on the board with their first kill of the game. But it's still a pretty big lead here for Akuma at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice way to make sure that the Darius couldn't kill you there. Trapping him inside of the Cataclysm, as we do see Cutie having a bit of fun with
Possibly. Hook's going to go wide. Box will come down, but that's actually going to be the TP coming in from the Darius. And Matthew might have been a little overzealous on that one as he gets caught up by multiple members. And Akuma not afraid to use that teleport to punish the support for being on a little too far forward. So they will lose Matthew in that exchange. A little bit more vision being put into the jungle as you can start to see it extending over onto the side of UAE, but that will be the mid lane. Tier 1 just gone. That's the power of Ziggs, Dream.
Yeah, and he did the fadeaway explosion yet again. Cutie really likes the fadeaway explosions, clearly. Staying with this low mana might be a mistake there. Hong Kong player is probably the only one that has a chance to kill him, but
nice binding. That's going to come through as well, too. Dark Lord Matt on the chase. He's still got some more mana as he goes back in. Lot of healing from the Silas, but the Ignite will tick him down, and Cutie is there to secure the Silas with the last auto attack there. Boomerang Blade coming through. It's actually going to be a kill going back around to Durana, which looked like it was going to go over to Bodas there. But luckily, Matthew shows up. He gets the Lantern down. It procs the Guardian. And that Jinx is just able to survive with a little bit of extra shields than that Sivir. And I was talking to you, too, about this, too, about how a lot of these fights I've seen in this recent patch can be made and switched around there simply by the team that has the most shields, which is why we've seen picks like Seraphine so prioritized. However, this bot lane, poor Cutie getting jumped on. Super Mega Death Rocket will go wide, but the Zap will not. Durana picks up another kill in that bot lane exchange with the help of Garvin on that bot side. So UAE starting to get a little bit of footing back into this game. The gold lead still at 3k difference here in 17 minutes. But there will be another Drake on the map in about 50 seconds. So let's see who's going to be prioritizing that. No vision really from either side around this Dragon pit right now.
Yeah, looks like the priority around the Dragon isn't that high. Something that I forgot to talk about was the scaling power of this UAE lineup here. The hyperscaling of the Jinx is a very, very real threat. We've seen what happens when hyperscaling champions get a lead earlier in the game than they're intended. We've seen it happen with the Vayne. We've seen it happen with Jinx. We've seen it happen even with the Sivir as well. This Darius actually going for the Divine Sunderer. That's my mistake. Goes for the Divine Sunderer, has the Executioner's Calling in inventory, goes for the Winged Moonplate as his next buy there. I'm actually curious as to what he is going for.
Keep an eye on this Dragon pit, though. Is Hong Kong player going to get jumped on there by the Cataclysm? But now some carry's going to have to back on out as we see Rizzy in the back line, popping that Stormbringer. A lot of damage coming out of UAE. Dark Lord Matt will pop the Soul Shackles, locking down a bunch of members here. Akuma looking to trade things back around with Bodas, but Akuma gets so low in there, and their main damage source kind of taken away. Cutie still going to be looking for poke on these members of UAE who are going to be kind of limping away with half health bars here. And that threat from the poke of Cutie and the pull from Revnon is enough to scare them off, and rightfully so. A lot of damage from both these two members of Akuma, and I think in the exchange it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of UAE, but that Dragon control in the hands of Akuma, they're going to go ahead and pick themselves up their second Drake of the game, unless Garvin is looking to do something crazy here. Hong Kong player is here as well too, but no, it's just too low. Super Mega Death Rocket, it's a good attempt, but it will not be able to find it. So another Dragon in the pocket of Akuma, 9-5 on the scoreboard, and about a 2k gold lead. So not as much as we saw a little while ago, but still just a little bit in favor of Akuma at this point.
Yeah, it's we've seen many Jinx Rockets steal neutral objectives before. That one just being a little bit too late there. And this Darius he's starting to become a bit scary. You saw the low health bars before the Darius even showed up in that fight. He showed up at the very, very end. And every single member from UAE was like, never mind, we don't want any more of that smoke. We're going to back away there. And they just walk back. They don't want to fight against Revnon, especially when he's at full HP. You see Silas, pretty much, I would say, the strongest member besides that Jinx that can contest this Darius is even playing super far back against this Darius, does not want to be pulled in by that champion at the current moment because of how strong he is. And Darius is playing the hide in the bush game with the Silas.
Yeah, it seems like we have a couple of those situations here as Rizzy was waiting in that bush for Cutie, but he will eventually make his way on out as Revnon pushing in on this tier 1. Hong Kong player should be able to just clear this wave, keeping that at bay right now, but we're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown of the pace here as 3 members from either side kind of floating around this mid lane, trading some blows back and forth, and starting to see how scary these Jinx rockets are becoming with that Kraken Slayer, with the Runins. One more item from Durana is going to mean they are hitting extremely hard, so any of those extended fights as Binding and the Hook comes out. A lot of damage coming from Durana. The flash away from Dark Lord Matt. The Super Mega Death Rocket is available, but I don't think it'd be enough to finish him off as Rizzy1 dealing with 2 members of Akuma up there all by himself, and that poke from Cutie is just really, really annoying, I would say. Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket, there it is! The zap followed up by the ult from Durana. That will be enough damage to do it as they find a kill in the mid lane. However, Cutie's going to trade back that tier 1 top turret with his little satchel charge, and yeah, this siege coming through from Akuma right now. They just picked up 2 turrets in the span of 15 seconds. That's a lot of gold going into their pockets here as Oshigarvin looking to make a move onto Revnon. Matthew is around here on the bot lane as well too. Lantern comes down for a little bit of extra shield, but those Conqueror stacks are popped up. Silas coming in, and it's the shutdown. Hand on over to Hong Kong player. Lovely and excellently played there by UAE to shut down that very scary threat from Akuma.
Kind of hard to land your abilities if the champion you're trying to land your abilities on can run in and run out faster than your abilities even have time to proc. As Bodcast is a little bit of trouble. Is significantly weaker right now. Actually goes for the Gale Force as the mythic item there. I thought with the Essence Reaver it might have been the...
That was a nice hook. That was a nice hook, but unfortunately the Spell Shield on Spell Shield action is definitely saving some lives in this game. Nice little binding there from Dark Lord Matt, but a Lantern to get him on out back to safety as the siege will continue. That tier 1 in the mid lane is looking quite low on the side of Akuma, so UAE trying their best to try and crack that open, get a little bit of more map priority for themselves, but you got to deal with a Sivir, and her wave clear is just so incredible. It's going to be really, really tough for them to siege.
I was about to just start laughing and say, push against a Sivir?
Laughs and Sivir. Yeah, no, it's tough to do that, and you know, we do see Akuma starting to take these advantages on the turrets here, but you know, even if UAE does get the push and does start to switch things around, if those waves are pushed into the base of Akuma, that's just a nice invitation for Sivir to say, okay, I'm just going to sit in my base until I hit 18 from all the waves I farm. And then there's not a lot of options you could do with the amount of damage she pumps out, but this is still looking close. It still could go either way. That gold lead is still sitting at around 2k, but another Dragon up in 30 seconds here, and we're starting to see these numbers gather around the Dragon Pit, trying for some vision, get some information on the other team here.
And Cutie's doing the job that he's meant to. He is lowering the health bars of champions there, as we do see
Matthew in trouble. Again, the box comes through. The play will not work because the Black Shield is being popped as Bodas in the back laying down some damage. Stormbringer's coming through. Super Mega Death Rocket will pick up one. Some carry was able to take down that Jarvan, but the Thresh Lantern's there. Hong Kong player trying to make his way out. Actually, he's going right back in. Look at all the damage coming out of Silas. Those Conqueror stacks helping him survive these extended fights. UAE flipping the switch back around onto Akuma's head. They're quite low, though. Need to watch out for this Ziggs poke, but his ulti is down, so this Dragon should be going on over to Alberta off of this one here.
Yeah, the poke should be out. The Darius has TP'd back in, actually. I don't think it's going to be in time as the... Ooh. Yeah, Silas is running away.
Yep, he's making it out.
Revnon is going to get chased. So is Cutie. They need to be a little bit careful here. How do they want us to say it? Harana?
I haven't gotten confirmation. I'm saying Durana.
Okay.
Let's
go with Durana until further notice. I will ask in the chat at the end of this game.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
For now, for now we'll call it Durana. Is 4-1-2, 250 CS. Has the Kraken Slayer, has the Runon's Hurricane. Looks like going for that Infinity Edge as the third item. As Revnon is going to take another fight with Rizzy.
Mega Inferno Bomb comes through, but it's not going to do anything to that Darius. Able to just take down Rizzy1 there, 1v1. But Oshigarvin trading back around. that Jarvan Cataclysm will be hijacked again once by Hong Kong players. So very powerful ult to have in the hands of, well, really both teams here have a Cataclysm that they can do. It'd be kind of funny to see them, what happens if they layer them on top of each other. But I think that goal is looking for these ADCs, because both Bodast and Durana are pumping out tons of damage here in this game. So I definitely expect to be those two members to be the targets here of the Cataclysms.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the champions does feel stronger. Just the items are cheaper. That is why we see that there's they are on the same items, item points item scores right now. We do see that the Jinx is just going to sit in base for the 625 gold needed for the Infinity Edge. Yep, and there it is. There's the Infinity Edge finish. There's the third item, and we do see that the last Whisper is completed. So going for that Lord Dominic's Regards as the third item there. It has the Gale Force. I assume because the Essence Reaver was the first item, it was going to be that Lethality Sivir, but it ends up being the Gale Force Sivir. I think that is the better choice because you need to be able to get away from these champions, and Gale Force gives you an extra dash. So
Gale Force, Spell Shield, Morgana, Black Shield. You have so many options here to get away, but Revnon is on the hunt right now. Matthew caught out. The Satchel Charge will put him just into range, even though he pops the box. Cutie's going to go ahead and take down that Thresh, along with the help of all of these members of Akuma's who look to be setting up for this Baron.
This would be a mistake. Support kill does not mean go for Baron. This is a bad idea. I do not like it whatsoever.
It's melted down quite fast, but UAE are going to get some vision onto it. This is a little risky. I got to agree with you on that one, as Durana is coming around. The Super Mega Death Rocket is available. That Baron down to about 2,000 health now with double control wards. Super Mega Death Rocket comes down, but it will be secured here by the side of Akuma. Stormbringer being used to get on out to safety. As that was a little, I would say, one of the riskier plays here from Akuma, but they are able to secure that giant purple worm. Going to be looking good for the next 3 minutes on their siege, which they have been very strong so far this game with.
I don't know if you noticed, but the Super Mega Death Rocket brought the Baron's health down to 67 HP.
Yeah, it was extremely, extremely close here. We've seen a couple. I think the other night we saw one come out from Magneto Soul. He actually blind stole the Baron with that Super Mega Death Rocket, which is why it's such a strong ability. Another one of my favorite personal uses is when you know someone is backing on low health, you just aim it directly at the fountain and hope you can line up the sync on that.
Yep. Yeah, this 61 to 561 plus 30% missing health physical damage. Yeah, that hurts a lot. We do see that more items are coming through for the rest of the team. We've already talked about the 80 carries. The mid lane Ziggs has gone full burn, gone for the full burn here. Has the Demonic Embrace and the Leandri's Anguish. Has the Oblivion Orb, looks like to be going for the Morellonomicon as the third item here. Is definitely the strongest member of his team, especially as we got engagement in the mid lane.
Lag and drag there into a Cataclysm. Both members in that situation are going to be flashing out as TPs are coming through. UAE playing this a little carefully because that is Revnon who has shown up to this fight, so they back on off. Matthew's still quite low. He gets hit by that poke. He's not going to be in a good place there, as some carry floating around over the wall there, but Akuma just going to go ahead and shred down this tier 2 tower, using their Baron buff extremely well, and hopefully trying to march this cannon minion into that inhibitor turret. But no, they're going to turn around as that dragon is up and spawning right now. This will put them at soul point. And really, both teams potentially could look for soul point here, but I think UAE's just got to give this one on over to Akuma. It's a little too risky to be walking into them at this point in time.
That On the Hunt was actually popped just to make sure that they got there in a timely manner. They are going to go ahead and get in those resets. And I did talk a little bit about how much wave clear the side of Akuma has with the Sivir and the Ziggs. But on the other side, there isn't that much. We have the Jinx rockets, and that's about it.
Yes.
And against Baron and Power Minions, it's going to be a struggle clearing these waves. We see Silas, he is struggling a little bit now that it's not Baron empowered, though. He is going to be able to clear that fairly quickly, but even he has a little bit of trouble clearing those minions. Really, it is only Durana that's able to clear these minions out fairly easily. Rizzy1 not able to do so. Woshi Garvin definitely not able to do so unless he's just constantly in Phoenix stance. And if Thresh is being forced to wave clear, then everybody else is dead and your Nexus is probably under fire.
Yep. But the Baron buff just has run out, so we will see the next one on the map in about 2.5 minutes. But until then, we have a bit of a window here where there aren't any major objectives up, so probably just expect to be seeing some farming back and forth. But these members of UAE have to be extremely careful going through their jungle. I mean, you can see the control that Akuma has kind of taken over here with their vision. And now Dark Lord Matt sweeping out all the existing vision from UAE. This is going to be a complete blackout here. There is no vision from them. Some carry. Just saying a little how do you do to Garvin. But they'll back on off right now as Akuma taking another tower in that bot side. The tier 2 will fall. And now, seems like there's a little bit of attention given over to these members of Akuma who are floating around in the jungle. Cutie is going to drop down some bombs there. I think the minefield is what it's called. Is now Garvin's running around. The Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be dropped. Stormbringer is popped. And Bodas is going to be able to take down Garvin in that fight. But take a look on the backside of that. Hong Kong player is getting low. He will go golden. The box coming through from Matt. But Revnon doing so much damage as that Darius. It's a triple kill here for Sivir. A shutdown ends up going on over there. But it's traded right on back to Darius. That gold in favor of Akuma, a 4-for-2 trade. It's only Hong Kong player left, and this just might be the game here for Akuma.
The only one left alive is Silas here. Not for much longer, though.
I was going to say, don't speak too soon there, Dream. He's getting jumped on real fast. There's not much he can do about this, and even though they don't have a Baron buff, this should at least be a Nexus turret or two. We see Garvin is going to be spawning up soon. Same with Rizzy1. So Hong Kong player going on in. He will manage to almost take down Revnon, who's taking a couple turret shots there. Bear Slap will almost do it, but look at the amount of healing coming through from this Darius. Garvin looking to go back in. There's a Lantern, but they will be completely ignored. There is Revnon absolutely on a killing spree there. He's slamming, he's jamming. He comes down with the dunk there to pick up his triple. Rizzy1 still doing some decent damage back. Oh my god, that's going to be the quadra kill for Revnon. It's only going to be that Jinx left, but take a look at that Nexus. Oh my goodness. Akuma is on an absolute spree here at the last little parts of their game. But the Cataclysm down onto Durana. There's nothing you can do about that. The death timers is 9 seconds left on Hong Kong player, but some carry's just going to go ahead, carry this game to victory, and finish off the Nexus there. Game 1 goes on over to Akuma.
All right, there we go. There's your game 1. I think Akuma had control of that game pretty much from start to finish. There were some worrisome moments. The Durana definitely giving them a run for their money, and but really it was a dominating performance from Akuma, especially Revnon in that top side. Some carry definitely had some really good cataclysms there in the mid to late game. But Revnon, he turned it on and then he forgot to turn it off. Pretty much the entire game. Yeah, we see there in the comments people just doing some memes there. The bop with Revnon there. So
yeah, and we saw that last fight too, just how incredibly strong he was. I mean, even though he did fall to the very end, just the bleed damage that comes through is just insane from Darius. No matter how fed he is, it's still enough to take down that Volibear and claim the quadra kill for himself. But that was nice from some carry, just kind of ignoring that mid tower, just saying, it's just a Jinx left. I have ulti. We can finish her off, and we can finish off this game. So nice that Akuma has shown up tonight again, showing they are not afraid to step up. They are not afraid to take these games. And this is not to say that UAE didn't have some moments of light there as well, too. They had a couple good fights, a couple of good picks. But like I said, and I was mentioning throughout the game, death by 1,000 cuts. Akuma taking a little bit here, a little bit there. And then you have a Darius at the end who gets a quadra kill. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, Revnon always has 100% shown that he is one of the strongest players on this Akuma lineup, and today was no different. But We still got to shout out Hong Kong player, most damage in the game. In that final fight before they started pushing in onto the base there, we saw that they were throwing everything to try and shut down this poor little Yordle, this explosive Yordle here, and you saw him flash over the wall and then ult where he thought the enemy was going to be running in, and it hits both of them, chunks them both to below half HP, and then the rest of the team just shows up and kills both of them, and now they're split in a 3v5 fight. We do see the Jinx. She comes in at the very end. She does manage to finally kill the Ziggs, person they were going for the entire time, but then Darius has already killed everybody else from your team, so...
Yeah. But we are going to hop to break, guys, so make sure to enter that raffle if you haven't already. We'll be announcing a winner or picking a winner when we come back. But game number 2 on the way very shortly. Make sure to stick around because this is going to be a very fire series for sure. You do not want to miss it, so we will see you back here very soon.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a
Hello, 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 and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LTS Premade Grand Finals. We have just completed game number 1, and Akuma is up currently 1-0 over UAE. So we are about to hop back right into this draft and get ready to go for game number 2. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're gonna answer to what Akuma has brought out in this first game, because Rizzy did not have the easiest time with Revnon Darius in that top lane. We've seen it banned out a few times from those specialty players who are able to pick that champion up. So I would expect that is not going to be allowed through. And we are going to get confirmation on Durana's name too. But yes, it is finals, guys. We are doing a bunch of stuff tonight too. And don't forget that tonight's a very special night because it is Legend's 2 years birthday. So again, happy birthday to Legend. Happy birthday, happy 2 years. We have our raffle going on right now, so we are going to pick our first winner of the night, and that will be, let's see who it's going to be. I'm going to pop another one after this one as well, too, but only 5 entries into this. So let's see if Dream is going to steal all the tokens away from us once again as I pick a winner, and no, it is not going to be Dream. It is going to be none other than Beacons. Congratulations, Beacons, as I will have those points sent over to you in just a short moment, but there will be another raffle open. I know, Dream, don't put that angry face in. I see you. There'll be another one up right now. It's our 2-year birthday, so let's have some fun. Let's give out some tokens. Here you go, Beacons. You got all the tokens you could want for to play in these next predictions, but I will pop open another one. It's 2 years. Let's have some fun. However, draft for game number 2 about to go underway, so I'm going to give these players the ready check, but let's hop on over to our pick and ban screen here. Take a little look at what's happening as it's same lineups here, but there has been a side change. UAE, with the side selection of this game, have opted for the blue side. So we're just going to see these two teams switch around their sides. But curious to see how this draft is going to look, Dream.
Yeah, I'm ready to find out what the adaptations are going to be from both of these teams here. Last game, or in the last pick and bans, we did see the Vel'Koz, Tristana, and the Zoe banned away here. I'm wondering if that Jarvan, if that Darius is going to be on the radar for those first rotation bans here. And that Ziggs as well. All 3 of those champions doing so much work to make UAE's team composition very hard to play. We did say that Kuma did have the slightly harder draft to execute, only slightly, not that much harder. UAE definitely having the easier one because of their front line and their front to back composition. But as we saw, we never really saw 5v5 team fights. They usually start off with the skirmish and then a pick, and then a team fight started afterwards. And whichever person got picked, the other team was underpowered until somebody showed up and changed the course of the game. But as we start in these picks and bans here, we see that the bans have not changed yet. The Vel'Koz is going to be the first one going away here. I'm wondering if Akuma's probably going to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and is probably going to ban the same things that they banned in the first game, I think.
I definitely don't expect to be seeing a Fizz this series if Akuma is going to be wise with those bans, but the Hecarim ban out, definitely a smart one. That's Heck pickup on the B1 is something we see very, very frequently just based on how strong that jungler can be and how much presence they offer to a team fight. But that's something I wanted to bring up too, is that we saw a couple times, especially in that one fight with the ADCs, with Durana and Bodas going at each other, that Bodas almost dropped there, but it was the shields that saved his life. So I've been seeing a lot of fights in this recent patch where shields make a difference. However, you can pick options to that. The Rel has been something that was left up in game number 1 as well too. You have a shield break on that champion. You got lots of other stuff in that kit as well too. So let's see what they're going to opt for. But a lot of strong picks are being banned off the board. The Vel'Koz, Tristana, Hecarim, Echo, all very, very powerful in the hands of any of these players we see in tonight's lineup. So let's see if UAE, probably considering this Darius that they do not want to let through after Revnon's little bit of a crazy train there in that top lane. It's incredible to me how much damage that champion can pump out, but it will actually be the Azir ban against Cutie.
That is actually a new ban, different from the last time. Last time it was the Zoe here. I wonder what UAE is going to. They're going to go with the Jinx this time around. Going back to that Jinx. Jinx was the strong point for their composition last time.
Absolutely.
Nearly pulling the game back from the brink. Unfortunately, unable to pull it off. The Darius was just far too strong by the end of it, and Akuma looks like they're going to go back to their old tricks. Nothing was there has been no change in the bans. Only the Zir is the new ban here, so Akuma can just roll back the same composition they played last game if they really wanted to, going with the Jarvan as first pick and Sivir as the next pick.
Yep, they could roll that, or they could pick up a Seraphine because it was let through. So this is a little worrisome, because I was just mentioning to you about shields and heals, and what better champion than the most broken right now with being one of those enchanter supports. So, I mean, you can look at it like that too, but Seraphine also offers a lot of poke in that bot lane. But UAE running back what they played last game, the Sylas, the Thresh, all very good picks. I think, you know, you can work with these. It's not to say that those picks were played wrong or anything last game. It's just they weren't quite able to find those final numbers. But you can look at Hong Kong player. He was doing some really good trading back and forth with Cutie. A couple fights too where we saw the Sylas almost able to pull it off 100%. But they have to deal with a Seraphine this game now, Dream.
And this time around too, the Sylas also is a flex pick because of how early it's been picked in the draft. It can go either into that top role or that mid role. I doubt it goes to the jungle role, though it used to be able to. I don't think that we're going to be seeing that. We do see the Ezreal being hovered. It is going to be swapped over to the Lucian in the same blink that I had while I was looking at it. So this could be a Lucian mid or AD carry, just like the Seraphine can also go into 3 roles. We can see the Seraphine in the mid lane. We can see it at the AP carry role, or we can see it at the support role. The Kha'Zix is going to be going away here. UAE has not picked their jungler yet, unless this is a Sylas jungle, which I sincerely doubt. If it is, then there's going to be a lot of questions for me on that, because Sylas jungle has not been very good for at least half a year at this point.
I don't think we see it there. I think Hong Kong player executed it pretty well last game, but with the second round of bans, the fact that Darius was let through this far, UAE are not going to want to deal with that again, so they will take that away from Revnon. However, you have to consider that Urgot is another very, very threatening pick from him as well too. Akuma here banning out the Elise, so this does mean that Fizz is potentially open if Hong Kong player wants to pick it up and UAE send that Sylas top, but that is a lot of AP in the hands of UAE. So, you know, if Akuma wanted to, they could send that Seraphine mid, Lucian bot, and potentially pair up with something like a Galio, who's just an absolute sponge for magic damage. But really, a lot of flexible picks right now so far in this game, as Mordekaiser will be the final ban here from UAE. So let's see what Akuma is going to start rounding out their comp here with. Do they want that top lane pick here? Will they show their support and really show what their lineup is going to be? Because that R4 pick can really determine here. They either show the top, or they either really show their hand in what the Seraphine is going to be. So Ezreal picked up here. My initial thought goes to Ezreal, Seraphine in the bot lane, and that Lucian going into the mid lane for Cutie.
Yeah, I think that is probably going to be the play here. Then again, the Lucian can still go into that top lane role. We do see the Scion picked up. Lucian does have quite a bit of fun with the Scion in the early levels, but eventually he just oh my lord, that's Tank City for UAE.
Oh my goodness.
Scion and Mundo along with Thresh. Talk about a front line.
Front line. That's a front line. That's a big, fat, tanky front line that UAE have now picked up for themselves, and the Mundo as well too for Garvin. I believe this is something that he has brought out before, and it's a couple of those times seeing him play, it's just like, okay, he sticks true to the champion's name. He goes where he pleases, and there's not really much he can that can be done about him. However, you look at Akuma's side, it's a lot of AD that they have. You pick up a set on top of that, they will have the answers to deal with these tanks. And especially so, UAE need to be careful, especially Durana, with their placement in these fights, because a showstopper with a Scion or a Mundo on top of a Jinx is not going to go well. She's just going to turn into a pancake. But I'm liking both these drafts are looking so damn strong right now, Dream.
Yeah, I 100% agree here. Akuma has once again made a draft that is going to be harder to execute, but UAE, they've once again drafted the front-to-back composition with the Sylas being that kind of oddball that can do pretty much whatever he wants. And he has some really, really good ultimates to steal. The Encore, I believe that is what Seraphine's ultimate's called.
Yes.
It is Encore, right? Yeah.
Might be. It's not on the quiz yet, Dream.
It's not on the quiz yet, so. The Showstopper, not Showmaker, Showstopper.
Yes.
And the Cataclysm, all very good ultimates, as well as the Ezreal ultimate can be very good for stealing / securing objectives if the need arises. The culling is also very, very good as well. All 5 of these ultimates are very, very good for Sylas to take away here. It'll be interesting to see what the Lucian and Sylas matchup is. We usually see Lucian is one of those mid laners that is very, very strong, pretty much against anybody except for maybe 1 or 2 matchups. The moment he hits level 2 and he gets that dash, he just gets his free press the attack proc off, and you have to walk away because it sucks being hit so hard by that. But the Sylas is one of those champions say, okay, you dash into me, I will dash into you back.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so I think, you know, that mid matchup might come down to kind of the skills of these 2 mid laners, because I mean, Hong Kong player and Cutie are both very, very aggressive. They are not afraid to step up and really push their advantage. We saw last game Cutie was just all over Hong Kong player with the Ziggs bombs, with the Ziggs autos, the minefields, he was even using the satchels as harass too, which is not often what we see, but you know, something that I might pocket for another day. Pocket that for a rainy day. But he's been looking very aggressive, and I think especially those early levels, once the Lucian has the full level 3, even level 2, once he gets the dash, is going to make it very hard for Sylas to deal with him. But once level 6 comes around, and well, both the mid laners have a culling, I think we'll start to see it level out a little bit. But with that, and teams being locked into their positions, we are now going to open on up these predictions here. So you can go ahead, use those tokens, let us know who you think is going to win game number 2 here. Akuma 1 game up after that first one we saw, but UAE have a very strong front line in the form of that Scion and Mundo this game. So it's going to be another very tight game, I think. And, you know, we might have been a little bit slow at some points in that game. We saw, you know, not a lot of big team fights, but it's just a little skirmish here, a little skirmish there that Akuma will take and win. Like we said, they love to just snowball in little amounts until you get to that mid-late game where it's just like they are incredibly strong, they are incredibly ahead. What do we do about them? So I'm hoping UAE steps up, starts to be a little bit more proactive for themselves and makes a play for themselves, because I know they have the ability to do that. We saw them, what they did to Temple Control last week, so I'd like to see that iteration of UAE come through tonight. Even though it is against Akuma, that number 1 seed, the favorite team coming into the finals, they have the ability to step up if they want to. It's not going to be the easiest into this Akuma team, but I'm trying to look at what kind of windows they're going to be looking for, Dream, to get that advantage in this game.
Yeah, I really think that the side of UAE, they've definitely drafted a very, very strong composition, and the tank shred is going to be lacking for a little bit. Ezreal is not known to be a tank shredding champion. Gonna have a bit of a hard time cutting through that Mundo, cutting through that Scion. Lucian, however, does not have such reservations against tanks. He is pretty good at cutting tanks down to size. But the problem is Lucia is a very close range champion, and walking into close range against a Scion, a Mundo, and a Sylas is
it's a death sentence.
Is a death sentence.
Oh yeah, that's a Thresh Q as well too. That was
Yep.
This is just it comes out, honestly. It's all in there. A lot of information has been logged into my noggin these past multiple splits I've casted here, but it is Oh, it's
catching
lining
up.
up to be another incredible game here, but a lot of damage is the scary thing that sticks out to me from Akuma, is that once this late game rolls around, if it does, the amount they are going to be able to pump out, especially from that Lucian and Ezreal, and of course too, like we can look at that set. A lot of times late game sets tend to be absolute monsters. So
But here's the question: are we
Yes.
gonna see a standard set, or are we gonna see a Dallas set?
that's a good question. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Revnon ends up building, but knowing his more aggressive style, I mean, it really depends how he feels like playing that set in this game. You have a lot of damage from the Lucian and Ezreal, so they could say, you know, Revnon, just play a little bit more tanky. See something like that in his runes if he decides to go for like something in the resolve tree, but he could just say screw it and go directly into the or something like the Conqueror, just to do a bunch of damage and survive those fights. So we'll have to see how this one unfolds. Dream, as everyone at home, make sure to keep getting those predictions in. Let us know who you think is going to win game number 2. There's also a raffle going on for 2,000 Legends tokens, so use command raffle to enter in on that if you have not already. But we will see you back here on the Rift for game number 2 of the night. It's going to be a banger, guys. You are not going to want to miss this. So go to the bathroom quick, go get your snacks, because this one's going to be spicy. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LTS Premade Finals. We have a game for you on your screens right now. And here come the teams. UAE on the blue side. This game, they have opted for that side as they have side selections in games 2 and 4. But Akuma with a lot of damage on that red side right now. So we're going to have to see how this one unfolds in these early games. The flag coming down to try and get a little bit of vision, but UAE will just press on forward. As Durana taking a step forward, taking a little bit of poke. Cutie is in a little weird position. Everyone's kind of in some weird positions here, but it's all for that early game vision, all for that ward on the enemy red buff there. As this game, we do see UAE has secured vision, but Akuma has not. So that'll be the start to this one.
Yeah, and we do see that some carry actually is getting in a late recall. He's going to be coming back onto the map just a little bit later than normal. The Beacons are going to be in there, mid lane before he gets there, and it looks like he might be going for a topside start. They are going to have vision of this. It is actually going to be mirrored starts from both of these teams here. Both of them starting on the top side of the map. So this bot lane may be very, very hot for contention very, very soon.
Yep, we see the Tribush Cheese is trying to come out from Bodas and Dark Lord Matt, but see the Thresh and Jinx taking the safe path because they do not want to get hit with that early game poke. It's a nice little way to start that lane off well for yourself, especially with the poke lane, but they do have to be careful. That hook from Matthew could mean death, but he has started Flay, so we'll have to keep an eye on the level 2, but oh my goodness, Revnon already getting those Conquer stacks, dealing some decent damage onto Rizzy to start this game off.
Yeah, and Matthew Bob Box, there we go. Or Bobox, I think that's how you say it.
Call him Bobo XDXD. Or Bobox would work, DXD. But the play's coming through. Bodas making a little trouble as the Ignite is there. Death Sentence going in between these two members of Akuma. They will just back on off. But in the mid lane, Cutie is in some major trouble. Hong Kong player kiting on back. Those corrupting pot stacks are being used. And always a nice little touch to be chugging right before you go in for a trade to get that extra burn damage as somehow that Scion Cube will land.
Yeah, the hitbox on that thing has been broken for like yes.
I was gonna
that's
say
how many
for
years.
yes.
That's how long it's been broken.
Set was
for
not
years.
in that line. There's no way he was in that line, at least from the angle we were looking at it from. But
yeah, Hong Kong needs to be a little bit careful there. I don't think he has the Kingslayer to get his health back there. We do see that the heal was actually burned in the bot lane by Durana. I think that's how we decided to pronounce it here, as Rizzy is going to take a bit of damage once again.
oh boy, going on in, but that's Ignite coming down. Hong Kong player with the flash on in. Flashing out to get away from that turret shot. Cutie will survive and picks up the solo kill. Well, it looked like it was going to be a good trade there for Hong Kong player. Cutie able to turn it around once again. It's first blood for Akuma in game 2.
This time it is going to be Cutie that does get the first blood. It's not going to be Revnon. Despite Revnon doing the same thing that he did last game to Rizzy 1. Rizzy 1 not having a good series so far against Revnon, as he's going to take a chunk of damage yet again here.
My goodness, look at the punches coming through. The haymaker as well, bringing Rizzy down to just about a quarter health. So has to be careful, but Mundo is floating around on this top half of the map, so they could look to potentially do something, but it's still risky for Rizzy to go in on that.
Yeah, just a little bit there. The Mundo not really going to do much in the way of a gank on this top side. There are no pots left for either of these top laners, as we do see the Jarvan is hovering in this mid lane, and that's exactly what they wanted.
Yep, Hong Kong player takes the bait, he goes on in, and it's just far enough for some carry to come on in and assist, but Cutie, it picks up yet another kill. Now 2-0 on that Lucian, and that is definitely where you want your goal to be, is on one of those major damage outputs on your team. So Akuma looking quite nice here in the early game.
Yeah, he's 2-0 with a 21 gold or 21 CS lead there, 30-9. Hong Kong player definitely not having fun in this lane whatsoever.
Yeah, that is not the easiest lane to deal with. So maybe we see some rotations coming through. Maybe they try and get this bot lane ahead, because that Ezreal Seraphine is the majority of their damage is coming from poke. So UAE's able to get something done with them. I think that might be ideal. But Revnon coming out of the bush, punchy as he brings Rizzy back in. The Conquer stacks are there. Haymaker doing quite a bit of damage, but some carry. Again, waiting in the bushes.
No.
There's the flag, there's the drag, the flash from Rizzy to get on out. No Cataclysm available yet. A couple levels still away from that, but you can guarantee once that's up, a gank like that is going all the way Akuma every single time.
And next time he won't have the flash to get away there. Going to need to do the Walk of Shame back, and we are going to see the dragon get started by Woshi Garvin here. The Jarvan showed on the top side. We also see that the Ezreal decided to go for the teleport here, with Dark Lord Matt actually picking up the heal. So going to be able to take that there as the
possibly something happening in that bot lane, but more trades in that mid lane as the culling comes through. Cutie just rips through Hong Kong player. There's nothing left of him, and this is just looking so terrible for UAE's mid laner. There's not much he can do at this point. And we're only 6.5 minutes in this game, Dream.
Yeah, and it's 1.5 thousand gold lead, and that gold lead is all on Cutie right now. 3,000 gold to 1,400 gold right now. 46 CS to 19. It's very, very bad here for the side of UAE. They are really struggling to gain a foothold as we got another fight in the top side, but as we see, nothing really comes across that at the moment. The Bramble Vest is actually finished here. We do see the Phage as the first item for the set. So, not going to go for that Sunfire Aegis as Rover I asked for. I do not think, as Remnon is going to get another stun off on Rizzy 1. And
so much damage. The Haymaker comes through to block out that knock up there from Sion, or at least the attempt on that damage there. It's just looking really tough for that top and mid lane right now, but even in the bot lane, the amount of poke that's coming out from the Ezreal and Seraphine has kind of kept Matthew, Bobo, and Durana locked in under their tower. We just need one solid hook there. UAE Pick City needs to come through again. I used to call him that a couple weeks ago based on the picks they played, but Cutie actually going to get hijacked away. Culling just short of landing onto Cutie, but some carry has shown up. The Cataclysm is going to go down to the Garvin. The flash away from the Mundo, but the Flag and Drag on in. Here's the Conqueror procs from the Jarvan, and Revnon has shown up along with Cutie as they will lock down another kill. This one goes on over to Revnon, and yeah, the gold is on Cutie and Revnon, and we saw what they did last game with the little leads that they started with. Well, this is a much bigger lead than we saw in game 1, especially for that Lucian. It is just so much damage this early on in the game. I don't know what the answer is going to be to what that Lucian becomes.
The answer is scale, and hope Durana is able to do it, as we do see another engagement in the top or in the mid lane. They are trying to shut down Cutie, but he just dashes away, he flashes away, and he is perfectly fine. That is going to be the ultimate burn from the Sion there. The Rift Herald is going to be taken by Jarvan on that top side. This game is actually going exactly the way the first one did, except I think worse. 4-0 in kills, but UAE has the first dragon of the game. But this time, the Rift Herald is taken much earlier than before. Going to be able to use that to break open a tower, or at least get some platings down. But pretty much every single lane is struggling right now. Even the bot lane is having trouble with the amount of poke here. We see the support versus jungle warfare here. Some parry has shown up.
Yep, it's not just support anymore, as in comes Cutie once again. The Culling will be shredding through this Mundo. He's quite tanky, but is he going to be able to help finish him off? There's the Lantern to get Garvin back to safety, but is it truly safe? The flash and Flag and Drag. Sorry, my apologies there, as Jarvan looking to go on in, but his team is not going to be there to follow him up, so he will actually get picked off there. First kill for UAE this game, and that's nice to have it on the Jinx as well, too. So exactly where you want to put that gold, but Akuma still ever so slightly in that lead right now in terms of gold, but Matthew, Bobo, Durana looking for another one. That Ezreal will just eon out. And that's kind of the nice thing about Ezreal, is that you have basically a built-in flash every 20-ish seconds.
And it goes down every time you hit an arcane shot, so...
Yep, that's on average 20 seconds, and that's just level 1 too. So yeah, it's definitely a nice little thing to have, especially when you have slows like the Mundo, the Machete when it comes out for him, the Sion, who we've seen an attempt at an ult here, but right now he's trying to deal with Revnon, who just gets those conquer stacks so fast.
I mean, look how many times he gets to just punch this undead monstrosity pretty much in the face. He just gets a free auto. There's not really much Saya can do besides run away, and running away from a set is not the easiest thing to do. We do the Bramble Vest is finished, but it's not really doing all that much because Revnon didn't go for the Blade of the Ruin King as his first item. He's going for either that Divine.
There's the Encore coming out. Dark Lord Matt is in so much trouble as UAE lurking in the bush there with that control ward. He's going to have no vision and steps on into 4 members of the UAE squad, but that will mean they pick up the Dragon. However, on the top side of the map, Revnon getting some more turret plate gold for himself as Garvin going to be able to solo out that Dragon. The rest of his team just making sure to keep these members of Akuma far away from this Dragon pit.
Yep. And this time around, we don't have any fast, running fast people, but we have the Cloud Drake. So
yes,
Cloud Soul comes 1 game too late. No fast boys this time around. However, I will say that the Cloud Soul on a Lucian is a little terrifying because he can reposition very, very easily with that culling as he's chasing after you with it. So.
Oh, look at this. Durana trying to trade on in with Bodas to flash through. The traps are down, but not going to be able to quite find the CC he's looking for. As now Seraphine making their way on down to the bot side is going to force him off a little bit, but in the top side, we got to keep our eyes as in comes some carry once again. The Cataclysm down onto Rizzy, but is he going to be able to help his teammate as Garvin coming on in, but the Showstopper goes on back. A lot of damage is coming through from both these sides, but the tanky boys are winning it. Let's see as Woshi Garvin just walks on into the bush. He's going where he pleases as Rizzy gets quite low, but that last knockup will help UAE secure it. Now 4-4 on the board. UAE starting to turn things around a little bit for themselves.
Yeah, the gold has now shrunk down to just a measly 600 gold lead, and all of that is still going to be on Cutie as he gets another plating. He's gotten 3 platings all to himself. He is still a very, very strong boy right there in that mid lane. Silas can only watch helplessly as the moment this Lucian goes back and buys whatever mythic item he pretty much wants to at this point, has 1550 gold there. It is going to be the Kraken Slayer. Yeah, Kraken Slayer versus an Amptome, guys. Who wins? Let me know in the comments, who do you think wins, the Amptome or the Kraken Slayer?
I'm no mathematician, but that is not too hard to figure out for us. But it is a little bit quiet right now, but we will see Dragon up in 3 minutes, so hopefully see UAE put some more pressure back onto it.
The Divine Sunder is also finished for that top lane. I actually do really like this buy. Divine Sunder does damage against tanks, and what is there plenty of on the other side? Oh look, there's Rizzy one. He's a tank. Woshi Garvin, he is the tank.
Yes, he is. But in the top lane, we have a little bit more action here as Garvin has come back again. Tanky boys supreme as the Showstopper comes through from Revnon, trying to escape the flash as well too. But in goes Rizzy with the flash, the Q. Are they going to be able to stop him though? Underneath the tower, they're taking so much damage. But Rizzy tanks it up, no problem. Garvin to finish him on off. And that's going to be another kill going on over to the side of UAE. But in the bot lane, that's Matthew with the nice flay to get that Jarvan out. The Lantern as well for Durana. Will stay alive for a little while longer, but the Jarvan is looking. However, in the top side, Cutie goes on into Rizzy. The Ignite's ticking down. The shield, will it be enough to protect him? Oh, that was way too close for comfort as the True Shot Barrage is going to be let loose on the bot side of the map. And Matthew looking a little low after that exchange as well too. But Hong Kong player is on the backside of this with the Cataclysm. The flash away from Dark Lord Matt, but will it be enough? Big Encore through onto Durana. But look at this Jinx popping around, a lot of damage. We see Revnon on the backside of this fight. Durana is just going to get taken out, trying to take out the Seraphine. But on the top side of the map, Garvin is once again able to drop this Lucian, or drop a member of Akuma. But
yeah, gets the shutdown onto the Lucian as well. It's gonna feel very, very good. And here comes the train.
Dark Lord Matt is really low. Hong Kong player looking to go on in, gets pulled in by Revnon. Big haymakers coming through. His Hong Kong player's low. He's gonna have to escape those mystic shots. Bodas right on his tail there, but there's the Lantern to get to safety. Take those lanterns. You take every single one of them. That is just nice little escape method there. Is Rizzy almost able to find a bit of a spicy ult there.
Hey, where was the Rift Herald? The last Rift Herald used? Do you know?
You know, that is a fantastic question.
Did it expire?
It might have expired because I don't believe we heard it spawn onto the map unless somebody else in chat saw that come through. It might have just expired. Oh, no, what are we talking about? Mundo's got the Herald. Or the first Herald. That was
the first Herald. that was picked up by Akuma.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being used anywhere. I'm wondering if it actually expired before it was used. If so, that is unfortunate. It might have been used in the mid lane. Mid lane is very, very low. No, not low enough for a Rift Herald charge.
No.
That was all. No, because Akuma or Cutie got it down to 2 plates all by himself. No, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't used.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It just expired there. Now we have another objective on this map. The Cloud Drake is up. This could be potentially soul here for UAE, which would be massive for them if they're able to secure it. But True Shot Barrage is going to be coming through. Gives them a little bit of vision here, but Akuma needs to be careful stepping up. That big front line is there. Matthew Bobo taking the face of that culling as Revnon looking to jump in on as well too. Durana on the back line, firing off those zaps, firing off those rockets as Revnon going to be showstoppering down Rizzy 1. It's a lot of damage, but look what Durana's doing to that backside. Super Mega Death Rocket coming out as well too. But Akuma is getting shredded apart right now. Cutie trying his best to dash on back. Will sidestep the zap from the Jinx, but still the flash on in from Durana. Look how much damage is coming down. The Jinx Stopper's trying to keep away Cutie. He's doing a good job of kiting away, but will get taken down in the end. Bodas is the only member left from Akuma. Dodges out from that Mundo. But, oh, Matthew with a beautiful hook. Will they be able to finish him off? Yes, they are. Garvin, he's Mundo. He goes where he pleases. And what a wonderful turnaround here from the side of UAE. This is exactly what they needed here.
And unfortunately, all of the kills are going to this Mundo right now. So, it is a little bit unfortunate that it's going to him. But you'll take the wins where you can get them. I just realized something. Look at the boots from UAE.
Oh, yes. Well, they do a lot. Well, Akuma does a lot of AD, so why not just not tabbies anymore? I always got to remind myself that.
Plate
steel caps. For
and they got them all
single
in the
one.
same position for uniformity as well.
That's beautiful. That's actually beautiful. Thank you, UAE, for setting that up for us. But Hong Kong players in some trouble right now, looking to go and trade onto Dark Lord Matt. The showstopper coming through. Almost said showmaker there, but no, he will survive. Able to stay around for a little while longer. But we do see a Baron spawning on this map in about a minute and a half, so definitely expect to see some numbers heading towards that top side of the map. As no Dragon will be available for the next 3 minutes, but UAE on that soul point, and they've actually taken the gold lead as well too. They're up a little under 1,000k at this point. So.
I was actually talking with Mako last night about certain times where it's better to build a different item on the Ezreal. I think this is where one of those games where you can where you should be building a Leandri's Anguish on the Ezreal as your mythic item, because remember, you go for the Dustblade because of the ability haste. Well, Leandri's Anguish does the same thing, and you're sorely lacking AP on your team. I think the Leandri's Anguish should have been the buy here, but it looks like he's actually going for the Divine Sunderer as his second item, as his mythic, so...
Quite possibly with the Sheen pick up there as well too, and Kindle Gem as, oh, here comes the Unstoppable Force from Rizzy. Not going to be able to quite line that up as Cutie will dash away to safety, but in the mid lane, Durana and Matthew possibly in some major trouble right now as here comes some carry. Big Seraphine ult will land onto one of these members. Matthew Bobo in so much trouble as Cutie on the top half dealing with Durana. Just shreds him apart with the culling. Matthew is going to be next to go, but Garvin able to get that trade kill back. Matthew taken out with the True Shot Barrage. Now Rizzy is here. Hong Kong player showing up as well too. Big Cataclysm coming down onto these members of UAE, but who's stuck in the box with who? As these tanky boys doing so much. 2 more kills going back on over to Garvin, as he's now 7-1-4 on the Mundo.
Yeah, that is this game is spiraling out of control here. We're used to the death by 1,000 cuts from Akuma, but this time UAE said, okay, you bring your butter knife to this fight. We're gonna bring a giant gun. And actually, we're gonna bring giant cleavers. How about that?
I think they're gonna bring a cleaver. I think that I was gonna say it too, but you beat me to it. Yeah, Garvin has been massive this game, absolutely massive in not only being a front line, but you know what? Yeah, so what? He picks up those kills. He's putting more gold into his pocket, and every single time he's able to back, he's able to make himself even that much more tankier. It is not exactly easy to deal with. So,
all right. UAE is playing with me now. Look at the setup where they put their boots.
Oh, guys. It was perfectly balanced before, but now, now unfortunately they've moved them all around. But I think, you know, it's for the best. Whatever hockey is work best for them.
As somebody says there in the chat, they have a Hulk. Yes, Mundo is definitely the Hulk of League of Legends. Not able to die there, pretty much. He has the Turbo Chem tank, has the Dead Man's Plate. He is a very tanky boy here. It is going to be so hard to actually kill these champions, and there's still no Executioner's Calling or any form of Grievous Wounds built to try and cut down this massive Mundo's healing right now.
You see, even the damage that Cutie's outputting onto Rizzy is pretty low there. The Ignite's coming down. The Culling's going to be doing a good amount of damage. And just to say that, Rizzy Braun is taken down to about half health. He's just going to hit him with the Dab Penguin. Walk on out. Big flex there from the Scion as now looks like UAE starting up this Soul as the TP's actually be coming through for Revnon. As this will be a trade for the Baron for the Cloud Soul as UAE over on there, dealing with that dragon as in goes Rizzy with the unstoppable force. He's actually going to be able to find one there as he takes down that Jarvan, but it's actually going to be able to he stole the Baron. What is happening, Dream? He just goes in. He doesn't matter if he dies. He finds another kill off of the back end of this fight as well too. Zap coming through from Durana. A lot of damage threat from that poke. And
whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We're in finals, Akuma. What? What?
That's not allowed.
Okay.
I think that's
Lads, it's finals. What you doing? Akuma. Okay, well, one Baron steal is all it takes, I suppose.
I'm gonna go and consult the rule book here. I just want to make sure there's a. I'm not sure if there's an actual rule against it here. I just want to make sure.
Oh, lads, we're trying to cast finals here. We want to get some action going, but I mean, damn, what a nice steal there by the side of UAE, and it's. I mean, I don't think that game was over. There was still some good stuff Akuma had under their pockets, and look at the damage graphs too. Totally in the favor of Akuma there. So that I have question mark pings there on that one, Dream.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to find if there's anything.
While we consult the rules here and take a look over things, we are going to cut to break. So make sure to come on back for game number 3 as UAE are now up 1-1 apiece, I guess, for both these teams. So guys, we will see you back here in about 5 minutes. Make sure to keep getting those snacks because we got a bit of an interesting series on our hands now, if I do believe so. So we will see you back here in a few minutes, guys. Take care. for that music to pause. All right, there we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LTS Premade Grand Finals. We are currently at 1-1 apiece for both these teams. So Akuma facing the wrath of UAE and their tanky boys last game. It was definitely hard to deal with, and especially after that steal with the Super Mega Death Rocket onto the Baron. Yeah, that's definitely not a good case to be sitting in. So the game ended rather abruptly, but in terms of that, there's no more streams after this, so there's not too much on ruling. So anyways, we are just going to continue to proceed with the games as normal tonight, but heading back on over, I believe, actually I'm not too sure which sides these guys are going to be on. We might have to switch a few things around here, but it's looking like UAE might be back on the red side for this game. Yes, they are confirmed here, so I'm going to switch around a few things on my end here. But Dream, what a better game out of UAE.
Yeah, that was 100% better. They came in with the game plan, and they executed to the best of their absolute ability there. It looked a bit dire in that early game, but as we saw, a single team fight turned it around, and then they just kind of kept the tempo going all the way up until we saw UAE start for that soul, and they tried to sneak for the Baron there. It ends up failing. The jungler goes down to the Scion in the pit, and then Jinx comes over the top with the rocket steal, and ends up, and the game just ends right after that.
Yeah, that was it's definitely unfortunate to be on the receiving end of it this time, but really well done by UAE to just get those tanks to such a point where you can deal with them. There was no dealing with them at that point. It's just the Mundo went where he pleased, and it's not the easiest to deal with. So nice to see UAE showing signs of life in that second game there, and just turning it on to show us what kind of team this finalists are. So it's nice to see that UAE returning that we saw last week. Very good stuff from them. But we are going to be hopping into game number 3, or at least the draft for it, very soon, as just confirming that all my stuff is set up correctly on my end. It looks like we're good to go, so we're going to go ahead and give these players the ready check here, hop back into draft for our third game of the night, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go ahead and flip it on over there and get a little bit of draft music going as well.
Sounds good here. Very excited to see what the adaptation from Akuma is going to be in this third game. The series is tied up. We're going to have at least 4 games here, and as we've seen, the early game has been very one-sided by Akuma. Akuma usually has a massive lead in the early game, with UAE usually turning it around during that mid-game, but unfortunately, we didn't get to see what was going to happen in that late game for game 2, but in that late game, Akuma did take over in game 1 and pulled out the victory there. Going to be very interesting to see what the game 3 is going to hold for us here, as we do see familiar faces on that ban list there, the Hecarim, the Echo, the Vel'Koz, and the Tristana from both sides here. Nothing has changed. It is going to be the Mundo adaptation. Don't want that champion anywhere near Summoner's Rift this time around. He does not get to go where he pleases. And on the other side, the respect ban for the Darius, and it is actually going to be the Jinx going to be picked up for Akuma this time around. It's going to be a different adaptation here.
Yeah, switching things up a bit, taking that ADC away from Drana, who's been playing it these past 2 games. So I mean, it's a strong pick. I mean, we've seen what those Super Mega Death Rockets have done. Is this Thresh? It seems like the there we go. Just had to click on it a couple times, but that Thresh seems to be coming through for Matthew once again. He's been pretty good on it. I mean, that first game, we can just count that as a bit of a warm up, but game 2, the hooks were landing. They were landing where they needed to be, and it was definitely a lot nicer. However, this
look what came through.
Let's see if this is actually going to be the Senna pickup here for Durana. And, you know, even though we've seen her a little bit nerfed down compared to where she was, I think it was 11.4, 11.5, where she was kind of a menace. Still a very strong champ, and especially in the hands of one of these diamond players who are able to get stacks upon stacks upon stacks, hopefully. Senna can really turn into a nasty champion come mid-game. So that will be locked in here for UAE.
And Thresh is not exactly known for his CSing capabilities, so I don't think we are going to see the fasting Senna this time around. I do think this will be a very standard 80 carry Senna. Because Thresh, not the greatest at last hitting, in all honesty here, and we do have another new champion coming out. It is going to be the Braum, so 2 new champions for this game 3. We do have the Braum from Akuma, so Jinx Braum, a pretty strong lane. It's actually kind of scary. If the Brittle can be put onto both these champions, I do believe the Rocket, if the Rocket with the Runons hits both of them, I do believe it will put stacks on multiple targets. I think.
I don't know if it's the... You know what? That's an interaction I haven't seen myself. The Runins autos, or at least the little side autos that come off of it, ends up proccing that Brittle. That would actually be, really disgusting. But Jarvan locked in as well once again for some carry. And, based on how we've seen these teams start these games with the invades onto each other's reds to get that vision, with a Braum in their hands now, that is very, very threatening level 1 for picking up an early kill here. But it will be the Renekton locked in for Rizzy. This is something he has brought out earlier on in the split and has had some success on it. So I'm interested to see what he's going to be facing up, because it is quite early to be picking that top lane. But it does give him a little bit of comfort knowing that he'll be playing his Renekton.
Yeah, especially with champions like the Gnar and the Quinn still available here. Renekton is very susceptible to those kinds of matchups. We have seen time and time again the Renekton fall to those champions. It is going to be the Mordekaiser ban from the side of UAE, and probably going to be that Urgot ban most likely from the side of UAE as well. Seeing as how the Darius was banned already, they can really target this champion pool from Revnon. I couldn't remember his name for a second there.
I definitely think we'll probably see another Fizz ban come out of Akuma as well too, just not allowing Hong Kong player to pick up his comfort pick. As there you called it, Dream. The Urgot is going to be taking a seat this game once again, as Akuma with the final ban is there it is. Dream, it's like we're oracles or something here on the caster desk tonight. But UAE with that R4 right now, they have their bot locked in, they have their top. They could just pick up a jungle, which it there it is. The Nidalee actually will be coming through from Garvin, so a complete 180 from what we saw in that last game there from the Mundo. But she is extremely scary. I was watching LCK matchup not too long ago where those Nidalee spears are ridiculous. Whoa. When they get max range. Whoa is right. Akuma just slapping down the Garen and the Zoe right away. No hesitation on those. But we will see the mid counter coming through from UAE. They do get to have that advantage being on the red side.
Alright, just a little disclaimer for you and everybody in the chat, Gurf. There is a pretty strong thunderstorm going on outside, so if I cut out, that's why.
Oh no, not if I lose another caster to a lightning bolt, I swear this is ridiculous. But okay, you know what, a little bit more tank here, not afraid to revisit what they did last game and get a nice big tanky boy on their squad. Rizzywan gonna be picking up that Ornn, so that is
it is going to be the Renekton mid lane. Zoe is not gonna have fun
unless they're running the Ornn wide in the mid lane. We have seen that before, but most likely, the Renekton pick up in the mid lane. That's true. That's true. That is very true as well too. And the only one brave enough to run an Ornn mid is Dallas, and I don't know how that would fare into his Zoe, but this is it's looking like it's going to be another spicy game. A lot of damage on both sides once again.
Yeah, and the Renekton Nidalee is the standard setup. You get the empowered stun onto a champion. Nidalee throws a spear because you can't dodge away from it, and then you die. That's literally how it goes. I was actually watching EG Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy, and unfortunately, poor Demonte there in the mid lane was subject to a Renekton Nidalee and was 0-5 in the first 10 minutes of the game. So
it's not fun. It's not fun to be in that position at all when when you can't even see them coming, when they're literally coming from off screen, and your health bar just absolutely implodes. It's kind of disgusting, but very good pickup here. And what's nice about Nedley too is that she's got a bit of healing in her kit too, so it's always nice to have that floating around, depending on how she builds, because I don't know if they are going to run something like a Moonstone to lead this game, but it can be quite massive when it comes to these team fights. But if they just decide to build full AP Nidalee and just look for the nuke spears, yeah, that's totally viable as well.
And I mean, on the other side, we talk about nuke spears. What about the nuke bolts from the Zoe there?
Very true.
Zoe is known for bringing out damage from half a mile away, because Zoe can warp over walls and hit you from places you don't expect it. Her bubbles get longer range from further away. What's wrong?
No, I just had a thought in my head. Yeah, you're talking about the Zoe bubbles in her R, but if I'm Garvin right now, all I'm thinking is I just have to wait until that Zoe presses R and point my spear whatever the return point is of that Zoe. Goodbye, Zoe. That is actually going to be something huge. So I really hope Garvin's looking out for that, especially when coming around the mid lane, because I would like to see a lot more attention being handed over to Hong Kong player. Those games that we have seen him to split get ahead, he's gotten a couple nice ganks, but once he gets ahead, he becomes an absolute menace in these games. And I think that Renekton has a lot of potential here to be an absolute brutal member against Akuma this game. And the fact that I believe, yeah, Renekton has a shield break on him as well too. And,
does he?
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, if Renekton has that shield break, because there's not many champions that do. And having one, I think, against, you know, the tanky team that we see with the Jarvan, with the Braum, with the Garen, and especially if we see another Mountain Soul in this series.
There you go, Roverai, the Empowered W.
Empowered W. Thank you, Roverai. So he is, yeah, one of those few champions like the Rel as well too, which is why I always say how good Rel is, because she's literally got everything in her kit there. But yeah, it's
except for disengage.
except for disengage. But oh, this is lining up to be yet another banger matchup. We do have these teams locked in, so we are going to open up those predictions, or those, predictions. So those are open up, guys. You can go ahead and put down your tokens on who you think is going to win. I haven't chosen a raffle winner yet, because we only got a few of us in there, so make sure to enter on into the raffle with, well, Command Raffle, if you haven't already. We'll announce the winner once we get a good amount of you, a good handful of you into that. But, oh boy, game number 3, Dream. Very important one for both these teams, both tied at 1 apiece. Winning it will put them at match point. But who do you think's taking this one here?
Yeah, I mean, usually I would say I would be able to give you a definitive answer, but I gotta worry about Akuma's mental after that, with the way they ended the last game, forcing a surrender there. I wonder if it's a little worrying for Akuma because they surrendered there, what their mental was like coming into this game. Are we still going to see the same dominant Akuma that we've seen the entire season? Because if we do see Akuma at their top form, I do think Akuma definitely can take this game. But the way UAE played that last game, being behind in the very early stages at such a massive deficit so early, able to turn it around and force the enemy team to surrender, I really have to give the edge over to UAE. Their momentum coming into this game is massive.
Absolutely. And, you know, Matthew feeling a little bit better with those Thresh hooks. Is now game 3, and this is something I was talking to you about too. With Thresh, you just got to play him a lot. You really, you know, getting back into a champion like Thresh, you just got to kind of limit test a few of those Qs. But I expect, you know, a lot to be happening down that bot lane, especially with the extended autos that Senna will eventually be picking up on. But it's kind of nice because once you get to that mid game and that Senna starts rotating mid for the CS, Thresh is always a nice pick that you can just kind of stick around behind and throw a lantern out if things get a little bit too threatening, especially the fact that some carry is on that Jarvan again. He has been very aggressive with those cataclysms, but I'm very excited to see how this one is going to turn out. But we are going to be heading to break very soon, guys, so make sure to put those predictions in if you haven't already. Let us know who you think is going to win game number 3 here by placing down some tokens for us there to let us know. But there's also that raffle going on, so if you haven't already, use the command raffle to enter in onto that. And final reminder before we go to break, registration is open for a summer split, so use command register to go ahead and head over to that registration page, find a league that best suits you. But that'll be it from me until we get back onto the Rift, guys. We'll see you in a few short moments as game number 3 about to go underway between Akuma and UAE. We'll see you very soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LTS Premade Finals. Now we got Boris on our screen there as we are starting up game number 3 tonight. Both teams at 1-1 apiece, but here we go into this one. Gonna be a spicy game for sure as these two teams looking to set themselves to match point. But let's see who's gonna get there first as these guys are loading onto the map and probably a couple level 1 shenanigans to be expected once again.
Yeah, looks like it is going to actually be a standard 5-point from everybody here. This time around, nobody trying to invade anywhere, so it is going to be a very standard start for the side of, or for both teams actually. Jinx is going to switch through her, going to rotate her guns just to make sure that we know she exists, as Jinx players tend to do. I do the same thing because it's hilarious and it irritates other people on the enemy team. So,
I'm looking at this though. It's much more calm of a start here from Akuma. They've, I think, settled down a little bit after what UAE was able to pull off last game and realized, oh damn. These guys have some fires in their heart there, so I'm a little surprised though. Even with the Braum, they could have potentially looked for some level 1 cheese and at least blown some summoners here. But it will just be a standard start here. Jarvan off on that blue side, Nidalee starting on the red, but we'll see because that means they're pathing down towards the bot lane together, and we might have a little bit of a party here in a couple minutes.
yeah, and this lane is much more volatile than the previous lanes where we see two very, very safe lanes versus, or one very safe lane versus one very aggressive lane. This time we have two pretty aggressive lanes here. The Jinx Braum is a very aggressive lane. Thresh Senna can be aggressive if pressed to, so a bit of a different playstyle coming from this bot lane. The Jinx Braum are definitely going to have the advantage, especially if they hit that level 2 first, which nice they have here.
Oh, Matthew's actually going to flash. I think he might have been out of it, but it was very, very close to him getting caught up by those little chompers. But that's a summoner already blown on the bot side as Hong Kong player looking to go and trade in with Cutie a little bit. Needs to be careful of that. The Sleepy Trouble bubble is not exactly the nicest thing to be dealing with, as it's just gonna set up for some nice explosions. Like you said, those nukes from the Zoe is it can be just as scary as the Nidalee at times. So it's gonna be interesting as Seems Garvin has already made his way into the mid lane. Spots out Cutie, the CP Trouble Bubble coming down. Will Drowsy and put that Nidalee to sleep, but in comes Hong Kong player. Use the flash to get on in. That will be the Dark Harvest popped, and the spear will secure it, but some carries coming on in to get the trade. Bodas making a nice little rotation along with Dark Lord Matt to secure that trade kill. 1 for 1 on the map. And no massive leads here in this early game as we've seen the past couple.
See, you say no massive leads here in the early game, but Vodcast has the hold up.
A little bit of trading here in this bot side as Bodas still dealing some nice damage with those rockets. Dark Lord Mad does take a step into those traps, but I think this is going to be another setup here from the side of Akuma to potentially try and bait something in. One hook from Matthew. Be all it does, but we see the back coming out from Jarvan. He's not going to stick around for too long. Doesn't want to waste too much time, as he's actually making his way into the jungle of Nidalee, as Garvin potentially setting up for another gank here.
I was going to talk about how that there wasn't a distinct advantage, but Vodcast actually picking up the double buffs there in a lane where they're already going to have a significant push advantage. Look, Jinx just gets to fire with the rockets for until that blue buff expires.
Yep.
Like, it's going to be very tough as we see. Ooh, the trouble bubble is going to land here, but going to be behind the minions, so no no Q going to be pulled out there.
Paddle Star is yeah, not the nicest. I mean, you can use it to kind of they might not do the biggest of damage, but you can skirt it around the minion wave like that to just get off some poke. But it's the electrocute that's kind of the main focus there, because you get empowered autos after you use a spell. You have the damage that just only increases off the range of that Paddle Star. It's a lot to deal with, but that Renekton can also be equally as scary once he gets some items too. If he gets on top of Cutie there, as he's almost looking to hear CP Trouble Ball comes through. Nice little Paddle Star as well. So good poke coming out from Cutie. But we do have an Ocean on this map here, Dream, and no one yet prioritizing the early dragons like we saw in game number 2.
Yep, in game 1 we did have the mountains, or the mountain soul, and this one we're going, or in the same one we had the cloud soul. As we got another, he was waiting. He knew that the Nidalee was on his way. Was just going to sit there. We saw him sitting there for quite a while waiting as the Jinx was resetting and getting back to the lane.
Look at this though, Drowsy's coming through, Electrocute will pop, and that will be the Brittle being used as well too. Our the Braum passive is able to pop off there. What's the concussive blows? Concussive blows is what it's called. The Brittle is for the Orin, yes. Yeah, I got a little goof
Brittle
up
is
too.
for the... Yeah. 2 Freljord champions, you know.
Let's see.
We know how much me and you love to try and guess Freljord champion stuff.
It's I mean they're all so similar. They're glacial something, frozen this, frozen that. It's all the same to me. But right now we do see UAE starting off this Ocean Drake, so they're gonna go ahead and get that one nice and early for themselves here at just over 6 minutes. Definitely a nice little pickup for them. That early, even though it is very small, that early little bit of healing I have seen many times. An Ocean Drake or an Infernal Drake being the difference of a kill being picked up. However, some carry has shown himself here on the top side of the map. And if you're Rizzy, well, you kind of know what the deal is. So he's just going to go ahead and dance for us.
I'm going to dance, going to build a Bramble in the face of Revnon. Revnon's can't do much of anything about it.
Nope.
I'm going to be able to push the Garen away there because, well, now Garen's down an item. Actually, he's down 2 items, the Ruby Crystal and the Bramble finished up there. As Woshi Garvin is going to go ahead and take his red buff here. Should get the level 6 off that. No, almost got the level 6. Very close.
Completes the smite though, which is kind of nice to be having at 7 minutes. So we'll have the empowered smite coming through. I believe he has the challenging smite. So I mean, a Nidalee with Dark Harvest. We were talking about which kind of Nidalee we're going to see this game. Dark Harvest to me just indicates those spears are going to be, well, essentially tactical nuke incoming when you see them coming out of the bush there. So Kuma definitely need to get that vision up, need to be aware of where Garvin is at all points in time, because can really switch around a fight when your carry suddenly drops down to under a quarter health. And yeah, what are you gonna do about that? But almost hook there we see out of Matthew.
Yeah, it's not that Matthew is missing these hooks because he's throwing them wide. It's because the range of the hook isn't long enough. Most of the times, usually he's very accurate. These hooks, they just don't reach long enough for him to actually get those hooks. We saw that right there with the Jinx, just a little bit too short to be able to reach. And we see Garvin is in this bot side.
I would
making
assume they know that
shadowing
was
there,
in Italy. Yeah, the sweeper wasn't coming from Matthew, so that's to me that's a little sus. So they will stay safely under the tower, and thankfully, you know, you have some carry there with a threat, even though it's unknown to the side of UAE. He is floating around that bot side, potentially looking for a little bit of punishment. That Cataclysm is up. A little step forward from the UAE could mean punishment.
and Revnon actually having a bit of a struggling just a little bit, and we do see Garvin is here now.
Call the Forge God is used. That's the spear. Gonna go a little wide, but I don't think it matters. They do so much damage, especially with Garvin there, who's able to secure that kill. They take out Revnon for all his sins he has committed so far in these first couple of games. They will get their revenge on him. But that's another kill going on over to UAE. This gold still very even on the scoreboard. But in terms of who is on Dream, that's what we definitely want to take a look at.
Yeah, and this Nidalee is definitely enjoying her time in the spotlight here, as both of the kills for her team, has the Hextech alternator, so probably going for that Night Harvester, as we do see that there is a little bit of an engage here. Hong Kong might have been
Oh no, he fails the dash over the wall. Cataclysm comes on down and just blows him up. There's nothing you can do about that. As he, a little bit of a misplay there. He's not able to get back to safety, and Garvin and Rizzy unfortunately going to have to watch their mid laner as he falls.
Hong Kong player failing the E over the wall. I think that's too thick for his E to actually get over. So I don't think there was any chance he had to have flashed there, but he decides he wants to hold the flash. He gets knocked up by the tail end of the flag and drag. It ends up going down, and you know that the lane is bad for the Akuma squad if they have to go to the Krugs to be able to get some gold there.
Yeah, this has not been an easy one. The threat from Matthew right now, as you can see, he's just pushing this wave so heavy. Just waiting for that last minion to go down and look for a hook. Almost nicely timed. There's that minion dropped right as that hook came out, but again, just a little bit short on these hooks.
Okay, Roverai is correcting me. It can cross that
it can
gap there.
It's I think it was just a little early, and not you have to be right up against the wall there in order to actually execute that. And I think he was just a toe or two before he was actually in range of getting over the wall. So unfortunately, he goes face first into it, and then Cataclysm goes face first into him. There's not too much that can be done about that. Ornn is going to get put to sleep there for a short few seconds, but I can't see the Zoe going to him on that with the Renekton sitting right beside him.
Yeah, and we do see that Garen is doing what Garen does best and pushing on that top side of the map. He gets 2 platings there, dropping it down to 3, and now it has to be a response. The Ornn has to leave here.
Nicely done. Good Super Mega Death Rocket block is done by Matthew there as he's going on over the wall. Dark Lord Matt will jump on back to get out of the range of that Nidalee spear, but that will be the dragon secured once again by UAE. 2 under the belt. We are going to see a Mountain Soul this game, so we're talking about that shield break from Hong Kong player. It's especially useful, the fact that we are going to see that in game number 3 here. But Garvin, just kind of skirting around the jungle there as it's nice to see also UAE with the deeper vision in this game. A lot more information is going to be in their hands, so also nice to see them playing that. But you mentioned this Garen in the top side. He just managed to take down the first turret of the game very quickly.
Yeah, without the help of the Jarvan either. Jarvan actually sitting on that Rift Herald there, so going to feel pretty good about that, which means this Garen just gets the time to do pretty much whatever he wants, wherever he wants now. He can keep pushing in that top side if he really wants to. I think Revnon is going to. We did see this type of playstyle from Akuma against the B team of UAE, where they just split push the game to victory. Garen is definitely one of those champions that can do it, and this game is still very, very early in the stages. There are very few champions that can match the Garen in the 1v1 now that he's picked up the Black Cleaver to deal with this Ornn.
Yep, and you mentioned that Garen being one of those champions that can do it, and of course Revnon being one of those players that knows how to split push. So that's that sentence just again
Always
little short on there, but it's now gonna be the Herald popped in this mid lane. 3 members of Akuma are here, and it will be the Renekton going to sleep. Hong Kong player will or should be able to take down this Herald. Revnon very deep on into this one. It will be the Dominus pop there as in comes Senna. Big ult from her. The box is going to be popped. And now UAE turning things back around on top of the heads of Akuma. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through as well too. But here's the Glacial Fissure. Oh, are Akuma going to be able to survive? No, UAE just running it down the... It's just really, really rough here. I was about to say something inappropriate, but nope. This is... UAE flipping that switch again, turning things back around and winning these fights. Just extremely well done by them, and they're up in kills on the board. They're just actually surprisingly under gold by about 500, but it's looking pretty good for them, especially the fact that they have those 2 early Drakes under their belt.
I will say one of our famous blooper clips right there, Ornn coming in with the Call of the Forge God, walks on to the Zoe bubble.
Oops. Oopsie. I found another really, really mean counter to Ornn is Soraka. It's much easier to execute not on Summoner's Rift, because if you think about it, anytime an Ornn goes to ult, what do you do with Soraka? You just drop your W underneath of him. He can't press R.
Yep, yeah, he can't do anything. And it just makes Ornn's very, very angry, because that silence is about the width of his Call of the Forge God little thing, so he has to walk all the way out of it just to get away from it, or he gets snared. So
yeah, it's not nice being on the Ornn, because you call the Forge God. That's your big thing. That's your meat and potatoes there for setting up these fights, and being unable to do that definitely takes away a lot from UAE's comp, but they've still been executing quite nice, as Cutie's actually looking to go back on in. He's a little fast here. Might have been able to pick up a little something from his bubbles there, as Matthew is sticking around this lane too, just as Dark Lord Matt. So both the Mats here, making sure to keep their mid laner safe.
Yeah, leaving the 80 carries to their own devices. It looks like we got support mid warfare going on right now, but we're just gonna watch Zoe as she tries to catch Yumi's book, as I like to call it, as it runs around, and gonna have to use the double of those just to clear out some vision there, as we do see some shenanigans going down here in the bot side. The Senna is playing so safely.
Yeah.
Does not want to be caught out there.
Rightfully so. I mean, that is scary, and just the respect that Durana is showing on over to Akuma, knowing that they could be anywhere at any time. But this is still risky to step on up, because Braum is going to be here as well too. Does have the Glacial Fissure. Yeah, this is Akuma setting up for a nice fight. As in goes some carry onto Durana. The flash away from the center, but the Flash Cataclysm to follow on up. A lot of damage there. Matthew Bobo taken out along the side by Bodas. And Carry going to take out Durana, but Rizzy coming in with the TP. This is not where you want to be. Nice big knockup, but you're just going to get shredded down. 4 members of Akuma down there on that bot side of the map. Just ready and able to shred down that Ornn. Now they're going to go ahead and pick up a dragon for themselves. The first Mountain Drake of the game, and also first Drake for Akuma, as Bodash just over getting some last of those turret plates are down. That's a lie. Well, at least trying to do a good chunk of damage to this bot tier 1, as it will be some carry taking down this Mountain Drake, and Bodas doing some good damage back. Still getting some poke off. Does have the Super Mega Death Rocket, so Garvin needs to be careful around those trades.
Yeah, Garvin might be trying to do a wraparound here. No, there's too much vision. They're gonna see where Garvin is pretty much the entire time. He's gonna get 3 Ooh.
Oh, looking to go on in. Glacial Fissures not yet available. The Flay on back. Bodas taking a lot of damage as Matthew is on the chase right now. Death Sentence will not land, but some carry has returned back once again. Durana trying to kite on back. A lot of damage coming through onto Dark Lord Matt. Super Mega Death Rocket will be popped as well too. Dark Lord Matt with just a sliver of health. He's going to go down. Durana able to take it as Akuma now getting some trades back of their own as Woshi Garvin left by himself. And you see Bonas just on the back line firing off that damage. The shutdown goes on over to them. Akuma end up taking a 3-for-1 trade in that bot side. What looked like it was going to be for UAE favored ends up going back into the hands of Akuma.
And I believe that was all three of those kills, if not just 2 of them going over to that Jinx there. Jinx now 4-0-2, also gets a turret to her name, but I think Jinx might have overstayed her welcome.
I like
there is a crocodile.
Oh yeah, he's wait, Bodas. Bodas might be a little bit deep. Will sidestep that death sentence, but he's got a death sentence either way. That's unfortunate to be in that kind of position there, but Hong Kong player does a nice job of cutting him off. I was just about to agree with Astronomy. Bodas Unchained in that last fight, absolutely, yeah, but that's an unfortunate situation. However, getting that much gold onto the Jinx is not going to be a kick in the pants for Akuma. You can see the gold difference there between ADCs, even though Senna is the scaling, and definitely comes online during the late game. That gold that Jinx already has is going to be a huge advantage for Akuma.
Yeah, the Jinx actually casually bought a Runon, but then sold it for a rapid fire cannon.
Garvin almost popped there by the paddle star. Nice little sleepy trouble bubble going on over. Will actually land on to Matthew this time. Little shield will help mitigate that damage, but yeah, you gotta be careful. And they had some nice vision before, but around this Herald right now, there's not a lot of information that UAE has available to them right now. Possibly looking to step in and punish these. A little bit of an awkward position here from this side of Akuma, but Rizzy1 actually going into the wall, not going to get those knockups, forced to flash back into the Raptors pit to stay alive and stay out of that damage coming from Akuma. That's going to be the Death Sentence landing onto Zoe, not going to fall that in. Cataclysm onto 3 members of UAE as the Big Sen all ripping through, giving the members the shields, but Rizzy1 in that backside is not going to be able to survive for that much longer. He's taken down. The flag drops down onto his head. The Drowsy onto Senna, not going to be able to take that Lantern. He's fully asleep, and now Garvin down to just a sliver of health. That zap, ooh, very close here. But Cutie's not done yet. Looking to go on to Matthew too, and UAE limp away from this fight. Akuma turning things around, even though UAE were in the driver's seat during that beginning of the game. Now we have seen a shift back into Akuma's favor, and suddenly there's a 6k gold lead for them.
Yeah, not only that, there was suddenly there's a 6k gold lead. That was a 4v5 the entire time. The Garen was split pushing that entire engagement. Ends up taking a lot of damage to that, takes the tier 2 turret there, and there's a TP. They don't even know Baron is being taken. Revnon is wasting so much time.
Revnon may fall for this. I don't think he's going to be able to get the trade kill. Nice shutdown gold onto the Renekton, but that does mean Baron picked up for 4 members of Akuma here. So for the next 3 minutes, that siege power is going to be strong, and knowing that Jinx actually going for the rapid fire cannon first rather than the Runins, that extra range on those rockets is going to be quite deadly. So gonna have to see.
I thought we were friends. You didn't listen to me anymore. I said that already.
Oh, this is okay. Iteration. Guess what? My mind's starting to go crazy. There's a lot coming through here tonight, Dream. My apologies, buddy. It's
I'm messing with you.
I like it though. I agree. I agree with your points. Yes, this point here, I agree with it.
I just said that Akuma already won the series. What do you mean? You agree with that point? What?
Oh, I don't know, but Akuma is looking good this game right now. It's been some good back and forth, but yeah, 6k gold lead for them. 6.5k. It's still growing for them, but they got about another 2 minutes on that Baron buff. Let's see what they can do with it, Dream.
Yeah, and I'm actually starting to think they may have taken the Jinx for the sole purpose that so the other team can't steal the Baron anymore with the Jinx ultimate. I think that's the reason they took it, for no other reason other than that.
It has been 2 series we have casted together where we've seen the Jinx steal on Baron with Super Mega Death Rocket. However, That dragon is going to go on over to Akuma, so 2 mountain dregs for them. Both teams are dragging away from hitting that soul point. So this next one's going to be big for sure when that's up in 5 minutes, but still some pushing power coming out from the side of Akuma as that Nidalee Spear from Garvin going to land onto the cannon is just the pressure from across the board. Some carry coming on to give this Baron buff to these minions as Horn is going to be used up in that top lane as unfortunately Cutie is going to be able to take out Garvin here. Now Akuma just flipping a switch and saying, you know what? We're ready to end this game potentially here as they take out that mid inhibitor. They take out the bot inhibitor back to back, and with a member down on the side of UAE, this could potentially just be the game here. They have another 50 seconds on that Baron buff. Next turrets are getting low. That's a nice hook there from Matthew. Some carries on the back. Big Cataclysm coming through. The Glacial Fish to follow up. Can Akuma finish this one off as members of UAE are dropping like flies? Hong Kong player managed to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but no, he will be taken down. 2 members drop on the side of Akuma. Durana trying to keep this one alive. He will be able to take out that Jarvan. Needs to take out Bodas. This Nexus is getting low. Just a sliver of health on that, but Akuma managed to do it. Oh, the minigun shreds objectives so fast, and that is the benefit of the Jinx, but Akuma at match point.
All right. Their mental's good. They're fine.
They're fine. They're fine, Dream.
Yeah, they're fine.
Oh, man.
I was a little bit worried in the early game of this. I thought that my worries were well warranted there, but and then they're just like, all right, enough games, and then they just kind of flipped a switch, and then they took control of the game, and it didn't stop. You can even see in the gold differences there, not a single player from inside of UAE got crested over that 10,000 mark. We got 2 players from Akuma, and Revnon just kind of split pushing the entire game. Yeah. Wasn't really involved in much of anything. Kind of just did what he wanted to. But the Jinx damage. Holy Jinx damage.
Holy Jinx
there
damage.
Was not
Go ahead.
I'm person from UAE crested over 10,000 damage.
That is, yeah, that to me. I mean, you look at this game, right, and you see Ascena, and that's like, okay, late game, it's going to come on. Same with the Ornn as well, too. That's more of a late game scaling kind of champ. But Akuma sees that kind of team comp coming through from UAE, and they flip the switch, they turn it on, and they do not let up on the gas whatsoever. And they do exactly what they need to do, which is ending this game before it gets to that late game stage. So really well done by Akuma, but it's not done yet, Dream. We still got potentially one more match here tonight as Akuma is on that match point. But UAE looking to potentially turn it around here. We are going to hop to break for a few short minutes here, guys. But when we come back, we will be hopping into game number 4 of the night. If you haven't already, make sure to enter in onto that raffle. See a few of you are in there already, but we are going to be giving away another 2,000 Legends tokens when we come back from the break. So make sure to get on that if you haven't already, but we will see you here in a few short minutes. So be back soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LTS Premade Grand Finals. We have got ourselves our match point right now. We are at it right now as Akuma is up currently 2-1 over UAE, but it all comes down to potentially this. UAE need to pull it back right now, bring us to that potential game number 5. But Akuma looking to close things out and crown themselves our first ever LTS champion. So we're going to have to see how this one goes. I'm very excited to see if UAE has a little bit more gas in the tank and can bring us back to that game 5, or if Akuma are just ready to close it out. We're going to have to see, but UAE, with that side selection this game, have opted for blue side. So we're going to go ahead and flip it on over to our draft and give these players the ready so we can start this draft up for game number 4 tonight, Dream. This is
Are you not closing the raffle this time around?
Oh yes, that. We'll choose a quick winner real quick while our players line up for this, as it will be none other than the Dallas Diff himself is going to be picking up some tokens. Congratulations, Dallas. Points. Oh yeah, Dallas is close too. This is a big win for him. Yeah, it's the way it goes. It's the way she goes. So I'll get those points on over to him. We'll do one last raffle of tonight, as it is our 2-year anniversary. So 2K tokens for that, as we have officially started this draft. Let's see what is going to be coming out. I would think a lot of similar bands we're going to be seeing here in game number 4, Dream.
100%, I definitely agree here. Because the ISR on not going to be played, I don't think, at all this series. We've seen what Cutie can do on that champion one too many times, so yeah, it's not happening. No ISR ongoing coming out for today. No Fast Pony coming out for today. Also one of those perma-ban champions. I'm pretty sure the next one is going to be a Tristana. I do believe that is what they usually ban as their second one here. I think. No. Yes, it is the Tristana, second one that they have perma banned. So probably no jumping Yordles. And also no people that break time, no echoes. Those 4 bans have usually been the 4 consistent bans the entire series so far. But it's actually the Darius as the second ban here. So
they do not want that back in the hands of Revdon after what he did in that first game here. But the Echo ban once again against Hong Kong player. I believe that's actually a pick that can be flexed between Garvin and Hong Kong player. So it's kind of a good one that is being taken off the map here. UAE here with the final ban of the first round here. I wonder what it's going to be, because there's a lot of good stuff. That Akuma has been able to bring out tonight. So I have to think very carefully about what they're going to be taking off here, as usually I would say in this point Akuma would be banning out the Seraphine, but you mentioned earlier in tonight's series that a lot more targeted bans between that are more player specific. So these 2 teams have done their homework. They are ready to go for this draft, and it will be the Jinx. So the first game we see the Jinx taken away. UAE is not going to be allowed to pick that up first. So we'll see a different ADC coming through, and that gets let through. You mentioned it, Dream. You said it, but one of those strong B1 picks that we have seen in the recent patches is this Tristana B1. It's just so extremely strong. It can be flexed between mid and the ADC role, so we'll have to see where it ends up, who ends up playing it, but either way, it's just a very strong pick as a B1.
Yeah, and because of how flexible it is as well, we've seen it in the mid lane, we've seen it at the AD carry role, we've seen it at least once top lane. So, this champion is a very versatile champion that can go pretty much wherever it wants, and we're seeing massive adaptations in the draft here. For as the second pick in the draft, we have the Orianna locked in for Cutie. Cutie has been such a strong point for Akuma, has been very consistent throughout the series, even in their loss, was very dominant on that Lucian pick. But going to be piloting the Orianna, the generalist mage of mages there. Very reliable if she lands those Command Shockwave's going to be followed up by the Sivir, making a return here for Game 4.
Yep, coming on back for Bodast in our 4th game of the night. Played it really, really well there in game number 1 as well, too. So it's fun to see it back once again. It's just, you know, having that extra safety of a spell shield on as an ADC character. It's really, really nice. But that is going to be, I would say most likely, yeah, with the Thresh pickup too. That is Tristana mid, Ashe ADC, and the Thresh coming through once again from Matthew Bobo XD. So yeah, this is a lot of damage that UAE has, a lot of pick potential, which is what I like to see them do. They're considering the Karma here, which, they're actually bouncing around through a few, but it will be the Volley Bearer picked up once again. Don't know if that's going to be going into the jungle or into the top lane for Rizzy or Garvin, but that Ashe kind of reveals what their pick is, and especially hovering that Thresh is kind of a telltale sign that that's definitely what Matthew's looking for. So I wouldn't doubt if we saw a Thresh ban come out in these last bans from Akuma, but there's also a few other things I'm sure they don't want to see. But yeah, see that Mordekaiser, another one of those picks that have been mostly banned out through the first 3 games, and now it does creep its way into game number 4, Dream.
Yeah, Revnon actually getting very, very annoyed with being banned out. Says, let me pick my champion now. Goes ahead and picks up the Mordekaiser. We've seen what happens when a fed Mordekaiser gets a lead.
Ugh.
It's in the same category as a fed Darius getting ahead.
It's scary. It's honestly, there's a reason why I call him Scary Dairy. It's because most times when I see it, it's usually Darius mains piloting that champion can just be nuts. But Mordekaiser's no joke. You're absolutely right. He can be absolutely devastating, especially the fact that his, I believe it's the Death Realm, if we're gonna call it that. If that's the ult, the correct name for his ult.
Yeah, I believe it is the Death Realm.
Yeah, it's so nice to be taking champions out, and that's why we see the ban from Akuma being the Sylas, because they don't want to give those ultimates on over to UAE again. I mean, Shockwave, On the Hunt, and Death Realm, those are 3 phenomenal ults that you could pick up for yourself. So we're just gonna see that taken off the board. Little interesting why they did ban it. I mean, yes, they could still flex the Sylas top potentially. But you do have the Tristana and the Ashe already showing, so that's a pretty telltale sign that Hong Kong player is going to be piloting the Trist. But the final ban, that Jarvan, actually, I really like that ban from UAE. Some carry has been on that all 3 games, and the Cataclysm have been, how do you say, nuts? Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he has been pretty much everywhere, especially in that 3rd game there. He was all over the place, and Akuma now going, hovering over that Nocturne there. What?
I'll let you figure that out as we finish off draft. Sejuani picked up in that R4 position. Yes, you can. Apparently, you can actually do that.
Curve, can I have your points?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Thanks.
Why not? Well, if they're gonna play this, why not?
All right, it's going back. So it's actually going to be the Sejuani picked up here for the side of Akuma. I do actually like this adaptation. If you're going to go with the Cataclysm, if you're going to go with the get rid of the Cataclysm, then go with the Glacial Prison.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's Jax and Lulu picked up there. That's a lot of damage coming out from UAE, but I see that, and that's a lot of AD in their hands. I mean, yes, it's a Lulu pickup, but most likely support with support build. Not a lot of AP coming through, but I'm liking this as well too. Akuma gonna go for that Enchanter support as well. That Karma is gonna be nice for the shields. The Mantra E paired with the On the Hunt. Oh boy, you want to see some speed, Dream? That's some real speed, but we do have our comps locked in here, so we are going to just head on over to the client to see where everybody's going. But I think we have a pretty good idea of what these lineups are going to be looking like here for Game 4. Oh, not ready.
And we have a lot of new champion faces here. Orianna, the Mordekaiser, the Sejuani, the Karma, the Tristana, the Jax, and the Lulu. Everything about this draft is virtually brand new here. UAE going with the complete new composition, running champions. Besides the Volley Bear, they have not run this series just yet, so it is going to feel really, really good. It's going to be very interesting to see what UAE can do with this new composition they've pulled out, because there is loads and loads of CC, counter engage, hard engage from UAE. Akuma, they have pretty much the same thing. There's a lot of hard engage. Sejuani going in with the Orianna ball, the Karma speeding everybody up with the shielding, the on the hunt, the death realm being able to just pull somebody out of the fight pretty much. Makes it very hard for the side of UAE to actually execute on these hard engages here.
Yeah, it's this is gonna be a spicy game, honestly, for both. But it's nice to see Rizzy on that Jaxu. I think, you know, we have a potential for some split pushing game play here, especially the fact that the siege from the side of UAE is just so strong with Jax and Tristana. That's kind of nuts if UAE does end up being left alone with a tower. However, you know, Akuma, I would say the actual team fight potential coming out of them is got the edge here. And it's going to be very tough for UAE to deal with team fights if they end up going for that. However, there are significant options to deal with them. The jump away from Tristana, you have the Ash Arrow, which can, you know, ideally you'd want to be using it for picks, but in these fights, we might see it more as a disengage tool to just say, hey, back off, no thank you, I do not want you chasing me down. And of course, Lulu, one of my favorite champions here, for the reason that she can just turn you into a squirrel. So one of my favorite parts about that is anybody diving, you just kind of get immediately turned into a very small rodent. But we'll we'll have to see how this one unfolds, because if Rizzy's able to get a nice split off, I think that's a good winning condition that they can potentially keep under their belts. Jax does tend to kind of love being underneath the turrets and taking them and shredding them apart, but the team fight here from Akuma is just looking so damn strong.
Yeah, I 100% agree here. Both these teams are very, very strong, but I do have to give the edge over to Akuma. Just a little bit, just because of the amount of team fighting potential they have and being able to remove somebody from the fight almost entirely.
Yeah, that's also one of the other caveats there, is that once somebody goes, which is most likely going to be I mean, if it comes down to a team fight and Rizzy is there, I mean, you'd want that Jax getting to that back line, taking out the Orianna or the Sivir as fast as possible. But what happens when somebody goes to that back line? Well, Mordekaiser, he presses R, and that is never a fun feeling to be taken out of all the fun. So this is definitely a big game for UAE. They have some really good win conditions under their belt, but definitely need to be careful going into these big team fights, especially around objectives. We've seen, especially in the past couple of games, how much priority has been given on over to these dragons, especially how early UAE tends to be roaming over to pick up potential souls here. But Akuma did a good job of responding last game and getting a couple back to themselves. So let's see what they're able to do this game, Dream.
Yeah, this is make or break for UAE. They have to be able to turn this around in this game, or it's over. The finals will end with AKM's victory. And honestly, AKM has been, despite that blunder in game 2, they have been the more dominant, more consistent team throughout this entire series. So it will be a very hard uphill battle for the side of UAE to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have these teams locked in now, which means I should be pressing that button for the predictions. So those are going to be open on up now. We'll keep them open a little longer for you guys, so you can go ahead and get your predictions in. But we are lining up for what potentially might be the last game of the LTS here for Winter Split, as Akuma, you see there on your screens, at 2 games to UAE's 1, and this could be it right now. So hopefully UAE can pull something back together here, look for that win. But it does worry me, that team fight potential that we are seeing from Akuma lining up here with ball delivery systems, with the Sejuani ult. Yeah, it's not looking like the easiest team to fight into, Dream. But final thoughts before going off to our break.
Yeah, it's like I said before, the amount of options that AKM has for these team fights. There's way too many different ways for them to achieve victory here. Whereas it's either you snowball or you falter for the side of UAE, I think.
I think that might be the case here. So hopefully UAE can pull it off here, take us to a game 5, but potentially final game here, guys. We are going to be back in a few short moments, but when we do, hopping into game number 4 of this best of 5 series. So we will see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. And welcome back to a blank screen for about 2 seconds until Slobs figures itself out. But we are back in on the Rift for game number 4 tonight of the LTS Premade Grand Finals. Akuma at match point here, looking to take it home, looking to crown themselves our first ever LTS champions. But UAE looking to do the exact opposite and bring us back to a game number 5. So let's see if they can do it here. Do have a Cloud Drake to start off this potentially final game here, but a nice 5-point from both sides here to start things off.
And hopefully this game gives us either the Infernal or Ocean Soul. Those are the most fun and usually the most spicy souls. Usually allows for...
Oh,
Cutie
no.
might be in trouble.
Oh, he gets caught out by Hong Kong player. That's so much damage coming down. I don't know if he even flashes here because this is just potentially death. But now we got an absolute fiesta in the mid lane. Boomerang Blade coming through. Hong Kong player going to be forced to heal. And everybody will just disengage. So no flash burn by the Orianna. Durana getting some good poke back. The Mantra Q coming through to do some good damage. As Dark Lord Matt in some trouble here. One more auto will do it. The heal will do it. But no, it will not. Just when you think he's out, the last of the autos will be there. And it's first blood for UAE. That gold going on to the ADC. Oh my. This is quite a spicy way to start things off.
This is LTS finals, not ARAM, right?
It's still NA Dream. You still got to remember that we like to have fun here in NA. So it's always entertaining seeing that kind of start it out to a game here.
That was entertaining to say the least. Don't forget to close the
Yep.
don't forget to close predictions.
Just had it up on the tab there, so thank you, Dream. That will be closed down. You can go ahead and check your predictions with my play there's. Once it's closed, I think it should be open. Sometimes the bot is a little slow, but we still love it anyways. However, more of a, with the exception of that level 1 shenanigan here, a bit of a slow start here, and that is totally okay. Totally okay, especially for the potential split push here. Rizzy is going to want to get super farmed up, super ahead if possible to get that there. But Hong Kong player already going in on Cutie here. That's a lot of damage coming down just this early on from a level 2 exchange, and he's not done yet. He jumps back on, the Ignite comes down, and Cutie's going to have to flash to stay alive.
Yeah, and one more auto would be the end of it, but having to chug those potions, still has the TP ready, so can TP back to lane. But it is going to be the Ignite burn for the flash from Cutie. Seems like Hong Kong players got sick of being bullied in the mid lane. Has been bullied the first 3 games of the series. He got tired of it and is now going to bully Cutie this time around.
Yes, especially in these early levels before 6 comes through and the ults come from, especially from Cutie. There's a lot of harass that Hong Kong players going to be able to drop down, and we talked about the siege potential too, already dealing some damage to the turret, but over the wall comes Garvin. Oh my. Oh, Garvin goes bonk, and the Oriana goes bye-bye, as that will be another kill picked up here for UAE at 3 minutes. It's a lovely start for them. TP going to be burned from Cutie to get back to lane. Does not want to miss out on too much of the CS, but this is excellently done by them, as Rizzy possibly looking to trade in as well too. Going to get pulled in, but that's a big old wave you do not want to be getting aggroed by being this low.
Yeah, Rizzy is going to struggle in this early game against Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is very, very strong with that passive in the early game there. So, and especially with the wave that big, he has to hide underneath that tower. If he gets pulled again, it could just be a death sentence there, or at least the flash being burned. But the, like everybody likes to say, with the bonks, that Revnon likes to do, I think this is where he got the name from. Just bopping people on the head with the mace.
Look at this. Garvin's coming back around once again. We see Rizzy stepping up, starting to do some trades. The pull away will help, but flash on into the bush. Rizzy one jumps back to Garvin for safety, and Garvin's going to be doing some good damage on this volley once again. That's a big bonk there, but Revnon does not have the flash to get on over there, so Garvin simply going to chase Revnon into the alcove, give him another smack there. Another big trade happening in this mid lane as Hong Kong player has to be very careful stepping up. He's taking some damage from these minions, but Cutie with that ball needs to, Hong Kong player is respecting the distance, even though he could finish him off with potentially one more auto. This is it's looking very, very good for UAE at the start of this game. Just under 1,000 gold above Akuma, but we are 5 minutes into this game. The Dragon is on the map, so we should be expecting to see some attention given over that way in a little bit, but more trades in the bot lane. Dark Lord Mac gonna get the leash off onto Durana. So good poke him through with the Boomerang Blade doing so much. The Ignite is ticking down. Bodas is probably just gonna be able to get the trade here and is able to find Durana there. Boomerang Blade coming through again, and oh no, that's not what you want to see. Matthew Bobo trying to flash ahead for that karma, but gets just caught on the tail end of the Boomerang Blade. Will fall and Dream. I feel like you haven't spoken forever, but it's just constant skirmishes here as Rizzy is chasing down some carry. Is forced to back off by the threat of Cutie there, and now I get to breathe.
Yeah. I'm just here to enjoy the show. No, you don't.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Rizzy finds some carry, trying to get a little bit of a cheater back there as he thinks he's safe on his side of the jungle, but no. That Jax threatens the Sejuani. Another flash is going to be burned. It's a lot of summoners down on the side of Akuma right now.
Yeah, and some carry is in a little bit of trouble from these wolves, actually. Has to have, the drive-by shield to save his life there as another bonk comes in onto Rizzy there, but Rizzy's gonna feel pretty good being able to burn the flash from the enemy jungler there. It's never fun as the jungler to lose your flash, especially as a Sejuani. You do like having that flash there. That is the most comical back animation I've seen in a while.
Oh, I don't believe our
But
director cams were on the same same person at that moment, but yeah, there's a few interesting animations. We saw, you know, the load-ins a couple weeks ago, long volley bear coming through, and it's like, okay, weird time to pause that, weird animation, but it all works out in the end, right? A lot of great features in this game that we love to see.
Yeah, and just going through everything that's going on here, we do see a Hong Kong player. It has been doing fairly well as we see that jump in again now.
Yeah, the shockwave used, the sombrero is coming down as Cutie doing some good damage back to the Tristana, but Garvin is here once again.
No.
He does not have flash, but he does have his ulti, and over he goes. Gonna ohm wreck the tower there, and it will allow Cutie to escape. That flash just coming off a cooldown. He will have it just in time, so UAE got to keep a timer on that, because Garvin seems to like visiting that mid lane for Hong Kong player, but seeing some turret gold going on over to Hong Kong player right now, and we have a bit of a moment here to settle in as Rizzy jumping on to Revnon, but that shield going to be soaking up a lot of that damage.
Yeah. I missed that entire thing that happened in the mid lane because apparently my directed camera was like, hey, the poking on bot lane was more important.
Telling you, it's a little cursed. Durana taking that mantra. Q plus the boomerang blade. Holy crap, where did your health bar just go? That is definitely unfortunate to see. However, Garvin is on this bot side. He is going to get spotted out by that ward in the river brush. That leash used, but Garvin steps out of range of that. So he will just disengage, go on back. Boomerang blade, the threat of it at least. He doesn't have to pull that shield from the Lulu. But it's looking like UAE wants to start up this dragon. They're going to get the numbers to do it as the backs come out from Akuma. So they're going to be okay to just give up this early Cloud Drake.
Yeah, it is going to be the Cloud Drake going away to the side, and it's going to be Inferno Drake. So we are going to have an ocean or a mountain as the soul here. As we got another fight here in the top side of the map, but it looks like they are just going to walk away from each other. Hong Kong player barely going to stay alive.
Yeah, if that shockwave got off, I mean, that would have been a dead Tristana, but manages to escape with his life once again. However, seeing that volley bear rotating down towards his red side means that is the signal for him to start up this relative. Thankfully, Revnon has come down as well, too, so this one should be relatively quick. Gotta see what lane they are gonna drop it in. Yes, that top tower is actually missing a plate, so potentially look to go for it there, or send it into the mid lane as the back from Tristana might be coming through soon. But let's take a look at where this gold actually is allocated, because it seems like it's a pretty even game there on the board, but we can see that volley is up just a little bit over his enemy jungler, as now Rizzy is taken into the death realm. Some carry is here. He's not going to spot him until he comes out, and it's not going to be at the greatest time because that Q from Sedge will help with the CC, the lockdown, the passive as well too. Some carry is able to pick up that kill for themselves, so worth the trip up to the top lane as Rizzy has jumped on again, or actually for the first time here, but successfully this time from the side of Akuma, as Herald will be spawned up there, but Garvin might be able to just take this out and still potentially gets a charge off here. Yeah,
Chart is going to go up, but it is not going to kill the turret. Most importantly, Garvin is going to be able to soak up that experience in the top side, so it's not going to go completely to waste, as Durana is not having fun in this bot lane. The range difference between an Ashe and a Sivir is kind of massive, especially with that boomerang blade. Oh,
it's
okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and that volley isn't quite doing the work that you would expect it to. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a rough lane for the Ashe at this point right now. But see, Garvin starting to flex a little bit as well too, as he's not afraid to step into the jungle of Akuma. So hopefully they pick up on this, or Akuma picks up on this, and send some numbers to start punishing Garvin for these aggressive roams.
Thank you, Woven, for 11,000 points, and thank you, Giggle, for the 8,000 points as well.
There you go, Dream. You're rolling in the tokens right now, but in this game so far, it is Akuma. Again, it feels like we just looked at this gold lead, and Akuma has accumulated about 1,000 gold lead at this point, but that might change up very soon depending on how this top wave is pushed and where Revnon decides to go, because Garvin is just lurking, and there he is. He comes out of the bush. Nothing that Revnon can do. Does not have the ulti available. Just used it a little while ago, and he will use the flash, but I don't think it matters. Stormbringer comes through. Ohmbreaker on the tower, and that is just going to be a kill picked up there. So gold is still 1,000 difference. His bot lane seems to be the target right now. The Crystal Arrow comes on out from the Ashe. Dorana trying to kite on back as the Wild Growth will be used, but in the mid lane, Hong Kong player able to pick up a solo kill onto Cutie. Shockwave even being exchanged in that trade too, but well done by Hong Kong player. UAE pushing their advantage across the board with the exception of that bot lane who's dealing with a lot of harass. There's going to be some good gold in their pockets.
It just kind of feels like Hong Kong player is just really upset with Cutie. Like,
you ever have those champion
Cutie has
stream
had
that
to
you
use
whip out when you're
flash.
mad? It's your mad champion. You bring it out when you are mad. Because, you know, there's one thing happening with the champion. I go in, I do damage, I get kills. So you gotta have yourself a mad champion there that you know you can play well. But yeah, a lot he's handing back on over to Akuma for what they've done to him this series.
Yeah, it just because it feels like Cutie has had to use his flash off cooldown. Every time his flash is up, he's had to expend it. He expended it first in that dive in the mid lane, and then he had to expend it a second time after Volibear came over with the ultimate, and then he tried to use it that third time there, right as it's coming off cooldown, but it's followed by Hong Kong player's flash, and Cutie goes down there 0-2-0 on that scoreline there. Tristana has the Gale Force finished, so now doesn't need the flash, has a dash and a jump, and very, very hard to get away from this champion now. And
however, though, it looks like, nice Crystal Arrow coming out from Dorana. That will be the Polymorph going down on a mat too, so no escape for you as turn into a squirrel, but Hong Kong player coming on over the wall. That will be the spell shield used, and it will be down. However, UAE taking quick control over this dragon, as this will be the second one of the game. The Infernal is coming through, so Cloud, Infernal, I would say probably we're going to see a mountain, but an ocean would be fun as well this game too. So let's see what it's going to be, but that is big for them, and it will be the ocean, as Bodast. This is potentially a little risky here. He is going to go back to safety, so luckily he doesn't stick around for too long there.
yeah, because the Volibear was also oh no. They might be the ones caught out here actually.
Possibly. Some carry does have the Glacial Prison available, but over the wall comes Matt, and that's that's definitely not where you want to be. He runs back to his team. The Q comes out, but that's going to be the Stormbringer used. A lot of damage going on down the Wild Growth onto Garvin as well too. That's a big old bear. 1-for-1 for the junglers, but in goes Hong Kong player looking to try and get another. The Buster Shot will not be able to manage it, but they find the kill onto that Karma. Dorana picking up the 300 gold off of that. UAE now 8-4 in kills, and yet somehow the gold is 500 up for Akuma. This is pretty tight, but these wins going UAE favored.
Yeah, the fights are going UAE favored, but the dragons are also UAE favored, but still the gold lead is still in the hands of pretty much. I think it's going to be this Mordekaiser, having gotten pretty much 5 full playings all to himself. Yeah, he's by himself 1,000 gold up on his lane opponent there. And there's a 300 gold lead for the Sivir as well. So that's where the lead is coming from, but the reason why it's midgetated so much is going to be in that mid lane, almost 1,000 lead, as Revnon is in a little bit of trouble here.
I don't know if Garvin wins this. He's taken to the death realm right now too. And without the help of Rizzy1, this is going to be really troublesome. But out they come. Rizzy1 is sitting there ready to go. And that will be the Mordekaiser dropping. Revnon will fall as now Garvin's trying to make it out. That's Sejuani doing a lot here. But the Wild Growth onto Garvin will help keep him alive. 2 members of Akuma will fall as this second Herald is going to get started up here. But this time for UAE.
And there we go. The gold lead is now in the hands of UAE for this game. 10 to 4 in kills. They are going to get this Rift Shield as well, and that mid lane is looking a little juicy.
I've seen a lot of danger pings come out towards the bot side, which is why we see Hong Kong player back off. However, beautiful crystal arrow there for the side of UAE. Durana just finding his mark. That's one, that's two, and a double kill for the Ashe. Oh, how wonderfully they are playing these picks, using the crystalline arrow so damn well. And that means tier 1 tower is going to be dropping. Shelly spawned up in the mid lane as well too. Possibly a double tower take here for UAE. This is such a good swing of tempo for them. They are fully in the driver's seat right now, have opened up the map so nice, and with the dragon on the map in 2 minutes, they can just look to put themselves at soul point very easily.
They also now have a 4,000 gold lead. It's swung from them being very slightly behind in gold to them having a 4,000 gold lead in a matter of a minute.
Yep.
So
those turrets,
if you're the side of Akuma,
objectives.
yeah, if you're the side of Akuma, you got to be very worried here. The Ashe 5-1-2, very strong. The Jax, it has successfully survived the early game, is going to be a late game menace. Has the QSS as his second item there, has the Blade of the Ruin King finished. It is the Rift Maker as is standard on the Mordekaiser. We usually don't see anything else on that champion. I think I've seen maybe the Sunfire Aegis once. I think I saw that once in a solo queue game, but
Going on over the Mantra Q as well too. Durana's in some trouble. The Wild Growth to keep him alive, and that's kind of the benefit of having that Lulu there. But here comes the arrow once more. Some carry's going to be getting low. He will drop to Garb, but going in with the Stormbringer to slow down that Sivir. Finished off by Durana. UAE find another couple of kills there, and this is looking much more daunting for Akuma.
Yeah, they initiated that engagement there. They blew all of their resources trying to get the Ashe. Unfortunately, the Lulu was standing right there, uses the Wild Growth, uses the heal, uses the Polymorph just to try and survive long enough for Garvin to show up and turn the fight around in their favor.
Yep, and there's that potential for that silver scrape. I can hear it in the distance. Hearing those silver scrapes potentially come through. However, I might have spoken too soon. Durana in some major trouble right now. Gets caught by the shockwave. Does some decent damage back, but Cutie's just going to catch him out there. I mean, they're playing well, but still, you got to be aware. Being by yourself as an ADC is not the safest thing. But Hong Kong player able to pick up that tier 1 bot turret, so it's going to be a lot of tier gold in the pockets of UAE. However, this Ocean is on the map now. Garvin is going to get the protection of that Guardian from Matthew Bobo. But Akuma taking priority over this control of this Ocean Drake. So let's see if there is going to be a potential steal here as, oh, look at this. Rizzy Wan wrapping around Cutie is just waiting for him in the bush. Going to be doing a lot of damage, but Jack jumping on in. Akuma, 3 members here to try and deal with him. Gets away from that Karma W. However, fight around the Dragon has begun. The shutdown will be going on over to Bodas there as they end up taking out the Jax. But now we got a fight coming down. The Stormbringer actually being used defensively to escape, plus the Wild Growth. This Ocean handed on over to Akuma. So now we're at 2-1 apiece for these Dragons, as Baron has now officially spawned onto the map as well.
Overrise asking for a Crab Rave after game if there's a post game 5.
Well, that's not what you do for in post game. You gotta whip out the silver scrapes. But right now, oh my goodness, on the hunt for us to be used out of Bodas there to get away from Tristana. But we got
Sivir actually playing that just pretty smart there. The using the spell shield to block the explosive charge coming in. Oh no, Hong Kong player may have stayed a little bit too long. No, not going to push any further than that. But using the spell shield to block that explosive charge was actually pretty smart there. It means that Bodas can't actually keep the fight going even if he wanted to. I'm not going to get any sort of reset, so...
Yep, we are starting to see this attention being focused towards the Baron as these members of UAE are starting to get some vision up around here. I'd like to see a little bit of vision behind that pit as well, too. because, you know, we have already seen one steal tonight. It could possibly not be the end. Sejuani has a pretty good time of getting in that pit and kind of causing a ruckus there. But, ooh, nice arrow once again from Durana, as my camera will take us away, but we're back again. Dark Lord Matt getting jumped on. Woshi Garvin's there, but that's a shockwave over the wall onto Matthew Bobo. It looks like some carries trying to deal with this back line, but oh my goodness, Garvin is so damn strong, and Durana just pumping out that damage on the Ashe. They're able to find 3 for 0, absolutely wiping that.
Matthew lives.
And Matthew lives too. So UAE crashing onto the inhibitor turrets of Akuma right now. They're going to be able to take this inhibitor as well too, but probably back off after that. This is looking like the Baron angle for them, but they might just play it safe, clear out these jungles, clear out the vision, and take as much control as they possibly can over this map before their final push.
Yeah, and they're gonna clear out all this vision. Look how much vision is going to be that they're clearing out. That is so much. That is going to be very good, especially if they are going to be going for this Baron here in the foreseeable future, because that means that's just more gold that's going to delay the already behind Akuma from having to build these important items to get back into this game. More gold they have to expend just to keep their vision and these blind spots open. You already see the control wards are being bought out by pretty much everybody that's left alive there, but only one left in inventory as they're just trying to clear out this vision. They've actually done a pretty good job there, but because they know that the Sejuani was on that bot side of the map, the pings are going for this Baron.
Yeah, they're starting.
And they don't know.
Nope. Oh, the blue one actually coming down. They know now, as that was just a slight amount of vision, but look how fast this Baron is just getting shredded down. Already at 1k, and it's gone. It is just absolutely shredded apart. UAE picked themselves up that Baron buff, so for the next 3 minutes, they are going to be looking hella strong on the siege. So I wouldn't doubt if they wanted to just go 5-man and just siege with the Tristana Jax, but could also set up the 4-1 as well too, send Jax to a solo lane, which it looks like Rizzy is doing anyways. So that'll be nice to set up, and I think a massive siege potential here for UAE to just crack open the rest of the base of Akuma is about to be happening.
Yeah, and Tristana also very good at doing the solo pushes as well. Actually has the Hex Drinker in inventory right now to deal with the there's a double stack there. Hong Kong player is going to be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, no vision in that try. Needs to be very careful, but he's actually going to step almost on into that. The shockwave is available, so they could look for it, but into the Death Realm they go. Hong Kong player trying to trade on back with Revnon. The Buster Shot will be used to get him on out of that, but Rizzy Ron has shown up to the fray, as well as Garvin, the Stormbringer being used again. Massive shockwave, but it's not going to be enough to keep that Mordekaiser alive, so he will be dropped there as a big glacial prison coming through, but there's the crystal arrow once again. UAE turning it back around on the heads of Akuma. A lot of damage coming through from these double ADCs, and Akuma gonna lose 2 members there, so 2 for 1 in favor of UAE. The Lulu does fall, but now you got 4 members on your bot side pushing in with the Baron buff along with the Tristana. This tower is not gonna be up for much longer.
Yeah, this tower is not long for this world. Hong Kong players saving that shot for the just in case there was some sort of engage here. We see Rizzy is going to go and solo that dragon there. Gonna put them up to soul point with the Ocean Soul. No, Hong Kong player said, let me get in on that, and he actually steals the kill from Rizzy 1. Rizzy does not get to be a Dragon Slayer today, unfortunately.
It's all about those postseason stats. You got to see how many dragons you took down by the end of it. So it's all about stacking those numbers and looking good by the end of the season. But a lot more dragons to go for any of these players for the rest of the year. However, UAE showing up massive in this game. They've got an 8k gold lead right now. 19 kills to 7, 6 towers to 1, and sitting at that soul point. This is looking like we are about to head to a game 5. It's Akuma trying to hold on to the remainder of what is left of their base. And you see how much they have to respect the members of UAE as Revnon just backing right on off. This is not the same top laner we saw in those first 3 games, being the aggressive in your face one, is actually showing a lot of respect to this UAE team.
Yeah, 100% here, and Akuma is doing what they can to try and mitigate or try and lessen this. You see they have the tools necessary to win these fights. They just don't have the gold. It's a wallet dip at the current moment now. As you said, it's about an 8,000 gold difference between them. But Sivir Orianna, not easy to siege against without Baron, so going to be able to do that. As the Tristana is shoving in with the Jax there. So it is a 3v3 in the top lane and a 3v3 down there in the mid/bot lane. So it is just the Orianna that and the Mordekaiser that are there for defending this. Going to be very easy to do so, but Tristana, look, you see every single time they back away, Tristana gets more damage onto that inhibitor as the
Oh, let's see it top lane. We got a little bit of action going down as now Rizzy1 seems to be getting jumped on by the Sejuani. Some carry gonna get stunned out and not allowed to continue that pursuit. But yeah, UAE just doing such a good job of splitting the attention of Akuma across all 3 lanes right now. But it seems they have finally decided on Rizzy1. The Glacial Prison comes on out as Rizzy's flying away. Got a lot of speed under his belt right now, but really be able to manage to get out. Some carry flashes in with the W, jumping on into the Krugs. Durana now kiting that Mordekaiser away, but some carry is not done yet. The ball delivery is there. Cutie's managing to get one there as
look at the
does
base.
have
Look at
the
the base.
shockwave. Yeah, look at the base right now. Hong Kong player able to take 2 inhibitors. That fight's still going on the top side as Durana will get dropped. I don't know if they're done yet because it's 2v1. Garvin is going to try and make it on out of there, but he's definitely in some trouble right now. Gets attempted to get taken to the death realm there, but just drops out of vision. And now pulled back in. That's a lot of damage coming on down into the death realm. They go. Mordekaiser looking to collect some more stats for himself as they will drop Garvin. So I believe it was actually 3 for 1, sorry, in favor of Akuma. But yeah, that's massive there. Double inhibitors gone, all thanks to Hong Kong player. He's able to just shred those apart. And we have a dragon up in under 2 minutes too. So UAE looking to get that soul, potentially just end after that.
Yeah, but the later this game goes, the more worried I am for UAE, because the more on the off chance that Akuma manages to start stacking these dragons in earnest, if they can get all 4 Ocean Souls, it's impossible to kill champions like Revnon at that point.
Yep.
The amount of healing that he has will be absolutely ridiculous. Yes, Revnon goes bop. Unfortunately, his bopping days have been very limited on this Mordekaiser 1-4-1 on the scoreline here. As we see the 80 carries just grabbing their red buffs respectively. Their junglers happy to give those away there. As the Baron is started, the ultimate Ash Arrow is coming out. Stopping back, actually.
Oh, he stops the back of some carry too. So that's actually a big one. Slowing down that jungler. And it's, wow, look at that Baron. Look at her go. She's shredded down. And another one going to be going over into the hands of UAE with this Ocean up in 40 seconds. I mean, that's a lot of lane priority they're going to be able to get. You see the Jax is on the top side getting a split push on and does have the TP available too. I mean, it's not the end of the world for UAE if they're just going to give away this dragon. But they still need to be a little careful coming into this jungle. As, Garvin looking to go in. Some carry is the target right now. The ball coming back to do a little bit of damage. Nice shockwave to keep Garvin on out. But Hong Kong player comes on in. The blast cone will separate them a little bit. But, oh my god, Cutie just becomes the focus of attention. He will drop. Bodas is next to go. And Carry will soon follow. But he's not going to be last. That's going to be a double kill for Hong Kong player. The TP back to base Revnon is the last sole survivor of Akuma here. UAE, seeing their window of opportunity, are going to take us to game number 5 as they charge down the mid lane. They charge into the base of Akuma. This is going to be our silver scrapes. I've got it all queued up. Beautiful arrow from Durana there as all these members of UAE trying to jump on, but Garvin taken to the death realm. Does not matter. Their attention is Nexus turrets, and onto this Nexus, they might look to just get a little bit more stats there as Garvin finishes it off for the ace. Dreamer going to game 5, baby.
Oh boy, this is this has been a wonderful series so far, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. We're heading to Silver Scrapes. This is it. And I can't be more. Uh, this can't make me happier than it already has because it's our 2-year anniversary. It's our first LTS finals ever, and we're going to Game 5 on the first LTS finals. Like,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
beautiful,
are. I
beautiful.
nothing is sweeter to my ears than the sound of Silver Scrapes. Even though these players are very far away from Silver.
Oh my lord, the Ash damage.
Yes. Oh my lord, the Ash damage indeed. Honestly, going into that game, it was I was thinking UAE was gonna have to play a little careful, but no. Garvin just plays out of his mind on that volley bear, consistently ganking that mid lane to make sure Hong Kong player gets ahead. But those Ash arrows were absolutely beautiful. It doesn't even matter who you're picking off. You just need to send that arrow in. They find a kill. They get number advantages, and they're able to take over this game. So UAE played that so incredibly well. We are going to be heading to break very soon, guys. So we will be back in a bit. But Dream, before we head off to break, before Game 5, final thoughts here.
Final thoughts. Honestly, I don't know what advice I can give to any of these teams. I don't know what they can ban. That every player is they're just popping off on both sides of the map here. On pretty much whatever you throw them on. We've seen the pop off Sivir, we've seen the pop off Ash, we see the pop off Tristana, we saw the pop off Darius, the pop off Mundo. Like, what do you ban for these teams when they can just? These players have been playing at such a high elo, they can play whatever they want.
Yeah.
You can't target ban them out.
No,
like
it's tough. I mean, it comes down to how these teams execute, and really down. If you want to get down to the basics, it's what it goes back to about the team that's being more proactive tends to be the one that just runs away with these games. And yeah, we've seen a bit of it from back and forth from both Akuma and UAE. That game, though, was definitely UAE stepping up and being the more proactive team. Especially, I got to give props to Garvin for that one, for stepping up and making those plays to get his team ahead. But it all comes down to this stream. Game number 5 to decide who is going to be our first ever LTS championships. I cannot wait to see who is going to take it home, but we are going to send it a break for a few short minutes, and when we come back, we will be hopping into the final game of our grand finals tonight. So guys, don't go anywhere. Go get your final snacks or whatever you got to do before this next one, because you are not going to want to miss this craziness that we have been casting tonight. Oh, Dream, I'm so excited for this, bud, but we will be back in just a few short moments, so don't go anywhere, because it's going to be a banger. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. You heard the call of Silver Scrapes, and you know what that means. It is game number 5, and what a better way. I saw it there, your boy Butters there in chat. A game 5 to decide the first ever LTS champions. Super pog, I gotta say, but this is going to be such a fun game to cast. It all comes down to this. These two teams have been duking it out all night, but only one can walk away as our champion. But we're not going to wait too long. We're not going to hold these players up for too long because I know it is a long night playing a 5-game series. So might as well hop into this draft. Players, I wish you both the best of luck. You have been giving us amazing games to cast tonight, but let's see how it comes down here in this game. So excited to see what these two teams are going to be bringing out and what's not going to be allowed. So let's see what is going to be it, because there is something interesting I want to talk about the draft, but we'll do that as we get into this. So I will give the ready check to our players, but Akuma back on the blue side, and it has been 100% win rate on the blue side tonight. So it is pretty strong. We have seen some other teams flip it around when they're on the red side. UAE is no exception to that. They were able to do it last week against Tempo Control, but a much different night as we are flying through the bans here, Dream.
Yeah, everybody just wants this night over at this point. I think this is going to be a very, very explosive game. As we do see the bans coming through, Volibear is being hovered. Yeah, Volibear is going to be banned away from UAE. And on the other side, it is going to be the Jinx. Jinx, they don't want anybody playing Jinx anymore. It is going to be the first pick started from Akuma.
Oh.
And the Thresh is being hovered over for Matthew there. We have seen Matthew on this champion 3 times, or 2 times now, I believe.
3 times. I think we've seen him play.
1,
it was the exception of last game.
Yep, yeah. 3 out of the 5 games here. And now 4 out of the 5 games, he is going to be back on that, on the Thresh, and his hooks have always been on point. They just usually come up just a little bit short, unfortunately. So we will see what the answer is going to be, what it's going to be paired up with, because this Tristana can go into multiple places. So it'll be interesting to see what we're going to have against the Tristana in this game here. Going back to the bans here, the Zoe banned away, as well as the Vel'Koz, no Ayasara, no Jinx, no Volibear, Echo Hecarim, pretty standard for the rest of everybody else. As we go a little bit past, and look what was left open. It's the Mundo dip.
He's back.
Coming back with the Incredible Hulk, as some people call it here. I hope I don't get a Mar channel ban for saying that.
Marvel have mercy. Disney have mercy on us. As
Yep.
no,
We
he's
see people already tried to play for UAE after the Mundo lock-in.
yeah. That's don't worry, guys. Predictions will be open once teams are locked into the client. So make sure to double check your tokens with command tokens before we open those up, so you can know how many to put down. But yeah, Garvin back on that Mundo once again. It was very scary when it came out there in game 2, I believe. So. We're getting a couple of recalls here as the Darius is going to be locked down for Revnon again. Back to game 1 as that was extremely scary. But now you have it paired up with the Tristana. So that is just, to me, so much damage right off the bat out of Akuma. But Garvin on that Mundo, you saw how good he is at soaking up all that damage. He goes where he pleases once he gets tanky enough. So we'll have to see how they do. So I'm hoping Akuma does buy a few Grievous Wounds items at some point in this game, but actually, ooh, this would be fun. The Lilia being picked up for some carry. Even though that Jarvan is available, they're going to pick up and opt for that Lilia instead. Feels like it's the safer option here, I think, with the mass sleeps you can send out to these teams. It can be really devastating in team fights, or really good for disengaging when you have a Mundo running you down.
Yeah, and Lilia, first time we're seeing her this series. The Deer is going to be actually pretty good, but oh boy, the Ashe is locked in once again for Durana there, or yeah, Durana.
Yeah,
I think it's Durana. They never gave me confirmation. They said they don't care, so it's gonna be Durana.
Yep. It's definitely some good picks coming through again. Durana was really good with those crystal arrows last match. I mean, he seemed to have a bit of a target on Dark Lord Matt's back, but it was more of just, you take what you can get. You get those picks where you can, and it's definitely not a bad one. You see the Sivir bans coming out, so, still considering the fact that Tristana could be mid for Cutie, they're going to go ahead and ban that Sivir, which has been another hot pick tonight in these games. But that Fizz is still available. I wouldn't doubt if Akuma would just ban that out. And yeah, they're just going to go for Hong Kong player specialties, the Talon, and probably the Fizz next are his two big comfort champions here. But they might opt to leave. No, they don't. They take it off. They just take it off. Not gonna
they give them a little bit of comfort. They don't want to give them too much comfort,
Yes.
But with that Mundo, with Mundo, Ashe, and Thresh being the champions, I'm actually very curious to see what they are going to go for. Looks like they might be rolling back to that Jax. Jax definitely did struggle in the early stages against that Mordekaiser, but did come into his own in the later stages. You saw how hard it was for them to actually kill him in one of those final fights there. It is going to be locked in, so it will be Darius versus the Jax up there in the top lane. Going to be very interesting to see how that matchup goes. As we look to Akuma to round out their composition. Where's this Tristana going? It is going to be an insta-lock. Alistar Ziggs. Okay, so it is going to be a Tristana Alistar there in the bot side versus the Ashe Thresh. Two very, very aggressive lanes here. The Alistar needs to be a little bit careful. He can be flayed out of his headbutt quite easily by the Thresh if the Thresh can time it properly. And Ashe is going to have a lot of poke pressure, but we've seen actually you were secondhand witness to what happens to an Ashe when she's left by herself to a Tristana in your PvE game.
It is. Well, I mean, especially the fact that Ashe is definitely not one of those mobile champions. Tristana Alistar can jump on her so damn fast, so I don't expect to be seeing too many risky roams here, but okay. Going for the Annie here in Game 5. That is spicy stuff, I gotta say. But Hong Kong player going to be piloting a little Fire Mage there and potentially a big Fire Bear that can come out. So let's see how this one goes. We are just going to wait for these players to get fully ready to go, and then we will get these guys locking into the client here. But this is looking pretty spicy on both ends here. Uh-oh. Might be a bit of a situation happening as some IRL issues possibly might be causing some issues. Let's see what it's going to end up being here. But Let's
AK.
Oh my gosh.
They're
you guys,
sorry. Oh my lord.
oh, you guys are ridiculous. Oh, but this is gonna be a fun one for sure. The Mundo back in the hands of Garv, and this time we get to see the Annie for Hong Kong player. But a couple of new champs, a couple of champs we have seen throughout the night. So just based on what we're seeing here, what do you think these two teams are decided to go for here?
Let's see. Let me take a look at these compositions just a little bit longer. All right. Akuma is going to have to be very, very careful running into these engages with UAE, because a flash tibbers can change the face of a fight very, very quickly. Mundo is going to be very, very hard to take down. They really don't have somebody that can take down a tank like Mundo besides Tristana, maybe the Darius if he is fed enough. However, the flip side to that is there is very, very little mobility besides the Jax and the Mundo, and the safety of the Thresh from UAE. The Annie is an extremely immobile champion. The Ashe is an extremely immobile champion. They don't really have much to get away from Akuma, who is a very, very fast team. The Ziggs can reposition with the Satchel Charge. The Alistar can use the Hex Flash to reposition if he decides to go for it, as well as the Headbutt Pulverize to dash in. Lilia is a fast steer, runs very, very fast at you, and then runs very, very fast away because she gets scared. Darius, if he decides to go for maybe a Ghost instead of the Teleport, can be very terrified running at the enemy team there. But either way, he's still very hard to get away from because of the slow. And well, Tristana's Tristana, so
Yes, and I think we have a pretty good idea of where everybody is going to be going. So I'm going to go ahead and open up these predictions while we wait for these players to get ready on their end. But yeah, just a little bit of a delay here, some IRL issues coming up here, so we'll just be patient until everybody is ready to start this one off, because it is a very big game here for both these teams. Only one more will decide it. They've been duking it out. It's been a good back and forth throughout the night, but oh man, Game 5 to decide our first ever LTS champions on our 2-year birthday. I couldn't have asked for a better night, Dream. This is all it's all going as planned.
yeah, this has been a very fun night, and it's still not the end. We still got this one last game to cast. We are not going to be over, or this game is going to probably be the bloodiest out of all of them. I feel like everybody wants this game to end, or this series to end, and I think they're going to make sure that it is absolutely bloody. Either that, or we're not going to have kills for the first 10 minutes of the game. I think those are the one or two things that are going to happen here.
Either extremely bloody or very quiet, but you know what? It's Game 5. We've seen how much these teams are not afraid to step up and be that threat their team needs. So we'll see who's willing to do it first. We've seen some crazy stuff from both sides tonight, so I'm just excited to see how this one unfolds. But a lot of good stuff from either sides. I mean, Durana with that Ashe arrow is going to be definitely a major threat that I need to look out for as well. You know, you have the Annie stun in these games, and a flash tibbers onto this Tristana, and she is, one, not going to be able to get away, two, the amount of damage, depending especially on how Hong Kong player is building. If we see something like the electrocute, those squishies can disappear extremely, extremely fast. So players are locking in right now. I will switch around the graphics if the picks end up switching around a little bit right now, but oh my, yeah, this is it's gonna be spicy. But predictions are open, guys, so all you have to do is use command play, put the team you're betting for, and then the points after that you are going to be putting down. But make sure to check how many tokens you have with command tokens. Also, while we're on break, a couple other announcements while we're waiting around, that we have a raffle going on for 2,000 Legends tokens right now. We're getting near to the end of the split, about to crown yet another winner. Well, probably the same winner again. But either way, let us know who you think is going to win game number 5 here. All of it's on the line. But as for final announcements, registration for Summer Split is open right now, so make sure to use command register to open up that link. Go find a league that best suits yourself. But a lot of fun coming up this summer as well too. From what I've seen, this league has only gotten bigger and bigger with every split, so I'm expecting a lot of teams out this summer. But teams are locking in pretty standard where everything is going to be going. Cutie back on that Ziggs once again. But yeah, Dream, this is looking like another crazy game lined up for us here.
Yeah, I do want to add a little bit to one of those announcements. If you're registering, we are sorely in need of LRS draft players. That is Plat 4 to Diamond 3, I want to say.
Yeah, you might be correct. I think that was changed up in the announcements there, but
we are sorely in need of players in that ELO bracket, so that way we can actually run an LRS draft this split. So if you or your friends are interested in that one, please sign up and join that one. LAS draft, we're gonna have probably more players than we know what to do with. So
it's gonna be a fun split, but we're it's crazy to think we've already come to the end of this one, and this will be the final game of tonight. And it's all come down to this: 2 very strong teams, 2 very strong comps that they have pulled out here tonight. But let's take a look at it. We got about a few more minutes until we head to break, but in terms of that top lane, I wouldn't expect anything less from Revnon to be in the face of Rizzy, especially the fact that Rizzy got some good split pushing off last time, but he definitely needs the help of Garvin up there to soak up a lot of that damage coming out of the Darius. It does tend to be pretty insane. In terms of these junglers too, if we were to match them up 1v1, yeah, we'd give that to the Mundo, but that's not the point of the Lilia. It's these big sleepy ults that are going to come out, hopefully able to nail a lot of that back line, keep them from pumping out that damage, which is going to be extremely scary. That mid matchup, how are we thinking Hong Kong player versus Cutie is going to look?
Well, Ziggs definitely outranges the Annie, but he is going... The moment Ziggs runs out of mana, remember Annie never runs out of mana as long as she can last hit with her Q. So Annie will have the advantage as the longer it takes for Ziggs to reset, but Ziggs definitely has a pretty significant rage advantage over the Annie, at least until the Annie can close in with the level 3 with the E. The speed boost will allow her to close in onto the Ziggs and possibly do some pretty significant trading with him if he's not careful. I do expect the Electrocute to come out for the Annie. That's pretty much the primary thing that's run on her. Otherwise, it could be a more poke-heavy Annie with the Comment, or it could also be a Phase Rush Annie as well.
I mean, that could be really good too. The fact that you can now put the Annie shield on your teammates, you throw that onto Garvin, you throw that onto Rizzy, or even Matthew as well too, to just speed up and look for those picks. I mean, we said it before, UAE pick city. I still have it written in my notes here. Potentially looking for some good picks here with that Annie and that Thresh, the Jax, all potential opportunities here for them. I am a little worried for UAE though in that bot lane. It's a much safer lane, and I do like the Thresh from Matthew once again. It will be nice to have that protection, that Flay to keep the Alistar off of them, but they got to know that Bodas and Dark Lord Matt are going to be looking to get that level 2 priority, look to just dive them as soon as possible. It's just such a terrifying threat that they have with Tristana Alistar. So the members of UAE, especially in that bot lane, need to be playing very careful around that damage.
Yeah, definitely 100%. And we saw what happens if this Ashe can get a lead. There is just so much damage that comes from this Ashe.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't expect the Ashe damage because not a lot of people think that the Ashe is very strong in the meta right now. But she certainly fits a certain niche in the current meta, and on the team comp that has been built around her, she is definitely probably one of the better picks that they could have gone for here. I can probably think of maybe one other champion that probably could have fit better than the Ashe, but this Ashe certainly is going to fit the bill here.
Yeah, it just worked so damn well for Durana last game, so let's see if UAE can do it once more and take home that championship. But Akuma looking just as hungry for it. Guys, This is it. We are about to head to break, but when we come back, we will be bringing you game number 5 of this best of 5 series. We made it all the way, and now it's time to decide a champion for this league. We'll be back in a few short moments, but guys, you're not going to want to miss this. One of the biggest banger series about to come to a conclusion in a few short moments. See you soon. Welcome back to game number 5. We're eventually getting on the riff here as it's slowly loading in. I'm trying to get these cool intros going, but Streamlabs just does not want to play nice. As in we go, our final game of the night, the one that decides them all, and we're going to get a nice view of, well, nobody here in this mid lane yet, as everyone, again, going off to their 5-point start. Just going to be taking it nice and easy. Actually, no, I lied. Akuma is not going to take... UAE is not going to be taking it easy here. They are on the red side this time. Akuma, with that side selection for game number 5, have opted for that blue side, and it does worry me because it has been a 100% win rate so far on the blue tonight. So let's see if UAE can get that turnaround, break the curse of the blue side, or if Akuma, just coming in with that higher seeding and that higher aggression in this game, are going to be able to do it. But I mean, this has been just blows back and forth tonight. Just insanely good trades between these two teams across games, across skirmishes. It's been an absolute banger of a series, but it comes down to this dream, and only one of these teams are going to be walking away a champion.
Yeah, this is going to decide it all, and we do see that it is going to be standard starts from everybody here. We did see a 4-stack of players just in case, but nothing's ending up going to happen here, as everybody is just going to be... And there's the range advantage for for Cutie there in the mid lane, able to just throw those bombs pretty much wherever he wants. Yep, there's another one going to hit. Jax is going to try for the stun, but is not going to be able to get it there.
Yeah, and I believe, the counter-strike there is... I knew it was in the back of my mind there, but I just had to double-check to make sure. Yeah, it's always a nice little piece of his toolkit there that's so damn powerful. So we'll see how those trades go up in the top lane, because I think really a lot of the time when you see something like a Jackson and Darius, it comes down to, I would say, the skill matchup between these two players, but Darius is a very, very scary champion in these extended team fights. So Rizzy's going to have to be careful, especially in these early levels, because it's risky. It's risky stepping up into a Darius's face.
And I really like the positioning there from Matthew. zoning the Tristana and the Alistair there from the wave pretty much entirely, giving a significant CS lead over to the opponent there. But Hong Kong player taking a very bad trade there in the mid lane as, ooh, we got another fight here in the...
Rizzy with the counter-strike, though, will get the stun off, but definitely taking the worst end of that trade is Cutie now jumping on a Hong Kong player with a flash forward. One more auto will do it. The Ignite ticks down, and it's first blood for UAE. Hong Kong player picks it up on that Annie. First time we get to see it tonight, but damn, you know what? Might have been something we were all sleeping on and not aware of. So nicely done by UAE to start this one off. But more trades in the top side of the map. The Counter-Strike's coming down, but guess who's shown up for fun? It's Garvin coming through. Flash is being burned from everybody as they will drop him. Some carries up here as well too. Swirl Seed goes on into the minion wave. He's Flash is on in, takes him out, gets a double kill. Some carry. Oh my, just gonna be strutting his stuff away from that. Just
need to
absolutely
change the
brilliant.
name from sub carry to D carry after that play.
Yeah, that was so nicely done. And you wouldn't expect it, but oh, you do expect something like this. Is this the engage coming through from the bot side? As immediately we see the response here out of oh, gotta mess with that. Out of Durana there. He makes it back to the safe zone there, out of that minion wave, out of the range of that Alistar engage. Scary stuff.
Oh, and
more trades coming
oh
through.
my
That
lord,
electrocute is wow. Let's just say wow to that electrocute. A lot of damage is going to be able to come out of that Annie, and not even at 6 yet. So that burst is already showing a little, it's just a little preview of what the Annie's going to have to offer. Is Rizzy taken again? Not the greatest of trades here, but has that corrupting pot that he's just been chugging through. So we'll look to go back in a couple times, but still needs to play very safe around Revnon.
yeah, Revnon, we've already seen the prowess of him on this champion. Not having the start that he had the last time we got to see it before it was perma-banned for the rest of the series up until now. Going 0-1-0 on that. Last time he got the solo kill. This time around he does end up dying, but his jungler gets the revenge for him, picking up a double kill there in the top lane. But the gold is still going to be dead even, as Matthew hooks a minion.
We didn't see it. We didn't see that. Oh no, Director Cam cursing Matthew there, but in the top side, Counter-Strike once again from Rizzy, as Revnon just he's trading so damn well. But oh no, Tibbers just gives Ziggs the little slap there. Last of the minions trying to chase after Hong Kong player, but no one there to follow up. Means Hong Kong player walking away with yet another solo kill over Cutie. This is looking really, really good for the end. To start things off like this, but oh, some carries here. Swirl Seed's coming through, and no, Tippers is not going to be able to block it. Taking down with a bit of damage. One last little swipe will do it. Some carry. Cleaning up these fights here. All 3 kills on that Lilia so far. Oh man, this is a really, really good couple of roams here from this Lilia.
This Lilia is going to be very, very strong here. Has the Lost Chapter, looks like probably going for the Leandri's Anguish as that first item. And this is going to be a Lilia carry game, at least for now, because every other lane is struggling very, very hard right now. Even Revnon, with all his power in the top side, we see Rizzy is able to trade fairly evenly with him, and does not run out of mana nearly as fast as that Darius.
Nope. Goes and picks up a few of those yum plants from the jungle. Yes, that is what I like to call them. The Thresh will spot out that Alistar trying to roam around on the back end of the Dragon Pit there, so just a little flay to say, hey, back off, no thanks. It's not the area for you to go. But we are seeing some vision come out from UAE around this Dragon Pit, looking to possibly secure another early one for themselves, but here come the numbers from Akuma. He could look to try and stop this, or look for someone possibly stepping out a little too far. However, Durana, all by himself right now in the bot lane, needs to play extremely safe.
Yeah, as he's fighting in the middle of a minion wave here, he needs to be a little bit careful now. He gets away pretty safely. The Counter-Strike able to just block everything that the minions throw out, everything that Darius throws out. not a fun time for Darius at the current moment. The Vampiric Scepter is finished. I do expect the Blade of the Ruin King being the first item finished for that Jax there. And because there really isn't that much tank, the Divine Sunder isn't as necessary. He could go something a bit more aggressive, such as the Triforce, maybe even the Stride Breaker.
Yes, but look what Darius is, or what Revnon has built first. Brambles on his first back, plus the Ruby Gem. Yeah, that's going to make trading a lot less fun for Rizzy, and for the majority of times, these trades have been going in the favor of the Darius. However, taking a look at this Dragon, some carry is going to be forced to flash. Nicely timed, too, to get out of that Tibbers, but don't know why he's in there with the control word on the Dragon as well, too. Both teams are going to kind of back off for a little bit, too, as Durana is actually forced to flash on off. Some carries getting quite low. The heal is there. There's the Crystal Arrow on Tristana as the Lilia will drop. Durana still cutting back and forth. This Dragon is super low. Just 10 health! 10 health it was that. Bodas is able to secure it, but he loses his life in the process, and he chases behind as the Ziggs will fall as well, too. Hong Kong player picking up his third kill of the game, and oh, what do we have here in the top lane? Revnon will be dropped as well too, as Garvin makes his way up there, gets a little revenge on those ganks that have been going majorly to the top side. But oh boy, UAE, while they might have lost the Dragon, they are looking good in terms of kills. 3k gold lead for them so far.
Yeah, and the shutdown, who did the shutdown go to? Let's see. Oh, Thresh got the shutdown on both the Thresh got a double kill actually, 2-0 and 1.
It do be like that sometimes. You got to secure those kills. You got to make sure no one's getting out, because I think, honestly, at this point, yes, it would be nice if you got that gold onto the Trist, onto the Annie, but in the end, you know, UAE is just looking to get that priority, looking to get ahead in any way they possibly can. So, you know what? It's not terrible either. Matthew Bobo has completed his support item as well, too. So there's going to be a lot more vision coming out of the map, onto the map here for UAE in the next few minutes, I think.
Yeah, and stop in the back there, Cutie. Just throwing bombs out wherever we can. Revnon is
a little short on that, but yeah, Revnon's still very much in trouble. No way out. The Flay to get him back, and Garvin's going to go ahead and clean that kill up. No assist, unfortunately, going to be given on over to Rizzy, but it is the gold going on over to Garvin, and we saw what he can do when his Mundo gets ahead, as we saw in Game 2. So definitely aiming to do something like that again, become the tanky boy of the entire Rift, to go where he pleases. But this is looking like it's just going to be first turret here for UAE. They get the plates, they get the Herald down, and now Cutie is forced to Satchel Blast himself back to safety. Dark Lord Matt has shown up, but first turret going on over to UAE. A lot of gold in their pockets, up 4.5k gold almost here at 10, almost 11 minutes.
Yeah, their strongest member, the Lilia. Everybody except for the bot lane of UAE has more gold. Except for the bot lane, and the top lane is about even with the jungler, the strongest member on AKM right now. So
yeah, however, in the mid lane, that will be a nice little satchel to get out. The sun will still come down, but in goes Dark Lord Matt looking for a trade. The Drowsy's on down. There's the Mega Inferno bomb. Matthew Bobo, he's ticking down with that Leandri's burn, but will be chugging a potion just to keep himself alive. So luckily, he will make it out of that. Not too much exchange, but that Lilia ult is going to be down, so that's something big off the map, and we're already seeing this trade in the bot lane. That Ashe is really starting to pump out some damage.
yeah, and you would think that Tristana would be able to win those engagements right now.
But Dark Lord Matt takes a step too forward. He's going to be forced to flash on back. Almost gets picked off by the Jax Mundo, and that's kind of what Rizzy and Garvin did. That game we saw the Mundo last was kind of them running around together, doing all sorts of wonderful things. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a repeat back to that Mundo game, but Akuma's not out of this. Yeah, it's a bit of a big lead here for UAE in this early game, but, you know, we have seen them multiple times being able to flip these games back around in their favor, but so has UAE. So, still lots of time in this game. Not too sure who our winner's going to be, but UAE definitely taking the advantage here in our early game.
Yeah, and the early game is definitely not going to be in the favor, at least for a while, They are going to have to wait to scale up to this mid to late game if they want to have a chance here, because this early game is completely controlled by UAE right now. Even the Ashe is able to output a lot of damage here as Matthew tries to save the ward but fails, unfortunately, as Remnon.
Rizzy is in some big trouble. Challenging Smite comes down, but will they be able to finish him off? Does not have the ulti. Oh, it is actually just going to be up, but they don't even need it. Some carry's just going to go ahead and finish that one off, but here comes Garvin in for the trade, taking out the enemy jungle. So far, a 1-for-1, but Hong Kong player looking to come back in and make it a little bit more even. That hook is going to be a little short, but the Tibbers will not be. Just blows up the Darius. 2-for-1 trade in favor of UAE, and now we got these bot laners trading back and forth. A lot of damage coming out from Tristana, but that crystalline arrow will be dodged by the Tristana jump, so luckily he makes it out alive. Enchanted crystal arrow, not crystalline. It's close enough. We're in the neighborhood there. But UAE just turning these fights around. They have got numbers. They're just rotating very, very well as a team, and it's really turning these skirmishes all UAE favored.
Apparently somebody's asking what's wrong with the overlay, but I don't know what they're talking about. I don't see anything wrong with the overlay, but
yeah, I think everything's good. I think we fixed our few issues that we ran into earlier tonight. Oh no, some carry caught out by the flash, but that's going to be a big Drowsy going on back. He will get taken out. Big box coming through from Matthew Bobo XD. Revnon there with the ulti. He will be sent on back to Boat, has to finish him off, gets the reset, and on to Hong Kong player. He goes, no! Okay, no, you do not want to dive the Annie. Even with the full stacks of the Darius passive there, still enough damage to get blown up there, but in the end ends up being a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Akuma. There we go, words. But Akuma's going to look to pick themselves up this Mountain Drake, so Cloud Mountain, that might get us the Inferno, or vice versa, possibly another Ocean this game, but either way, those are two very, very spicy dragons. Make it Inferno.
I hope it's Inferno.
Make
for
it Inferno.
Game 5.
Come on, Inferno. Yes! Yeah, baby. Let's go. Spicy Game 5. We couldn't have wrote the script better for tonight, but it's all come down. It's all lined up for us here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly, truly magnificent.
Occasionally, the gods at Riot do answer us, as some carry is trading with Rizzy, but Rizzy is having a little bit of trouble trading with this this very fast deer here.
Yep. They do have to be careful though. Hong Kong player just lurking around the corner, and I think they might have spotted him coming down through the river. So smart of them to back on off, but right now we have a few seconds where we can just breathe. This dragon's not up for another 4 minutes. Yes, there is a herald on the map, but looks like Garvin's already put his focus down into that. It's not going to be long for this world.
No, definitely not. And we also see that the two dominating champions, the Mundo from the game that he was in and the Darius from the game that he was in, their score lines are definitely not as strong as they were previously. So the answers are there this time around. We just got to figure out which team is going to be able to answer enough for the Nexus to go down here. Right now it seems to be UAE in the driver's seat, but Akuma has been able to answer pretty well so far coming into this mid game. That should be starting up here once the next dragon is spawning.
Oh no!
As
Revnon,
dead again.
He's super dead. He gets the pull on off, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive for much longer. Nope, he will go down. Have another fight breaking out in the river right now. Durana's actually going to get dropped. Matthew Bobo getting jumped on right now. The box to come out for a little bit of protection. Rizzy is there, taking up the best he can. But they do manage to take down some carry. Rizzy will be going in exchange. Bodas on the back line doing a bunch of damage, but look how tanky Garvin is already. Holy crap. He was taking a bunch of those Trista autos too, but compared to the damage his fellow members of UAE were taking, he is a brick wall right now.
Yeah, especially the moment he turns on his ultimate, it's so hard to actually kill him. They don't have grievous wounds. The ignites were down.
Oh
no.
Oh, and that's the satchel play coming out, but Garvin is looking for it. Maybe he might just not go on the chase, just go for a little bit more starvation towards some carry. But But honestly, I got to commend both these junglers this game for just playing out of their mind. However, Cutie is in some trouble. Will be able to sidestep the Death Sentence or the Mega Inferno Bomb coming on down as Revnon has shown up. But Garvin just so tanky, goes really pleased. However, very smart play by the side of Akuma. They just completely dogpile the Lantern. They do not allow Garvin to escape. Ends up being a 1-for-1. The mid laner for the jungle. And, it will be a nice little shutdown goal going on over to the side of Akuma, but Dragon up in a minute 50, so Garvin will be back with plenty of time for this.
Yeah, and Garvin also still has the Rift Herald, possibly wanting to use that maybe closer to the Dragon to try and pull people away from it. The tower is going to go down, but it's going to be another tower going to the side of UAE there. The top lane inner turret is going to go down. Jax's split push has started in earnest as he may be caught here.
Possibly. That's a lot of damage coming down from some carry, but the Dark Harvest Lily, I realized that a little while ago I was going to mention it, but yeah, it's a lot of damage to be dealing out. Now with that completed Leandry's actually 2 of them on the side of Akuma. It's a lot of melt damage towards his tanks. However, that's Shelly being spawned in the mid lane. They're going to try and melt down this tower before she gets the charge, so no damage there. And trying to line up for the second one here, but look at some carry on the backside. That's a huge headbutt pulverize from Akuma, and Dark Lord Matt setting up this fight, but is he going to be able to do it? Durana is picking off that Lily on the backside, not able to do it. That sentence will go wide once again, but Dark Lord Matt is going to be next to go. He's trying to get out, but has no escape route right there. So 2 members from Akuma dropping. Shelly still getting another charge here onto the inhibitor turret in this mid lane. Will go down as well too. Potential inhibitor here for UAE. Yeah, that's the inhibitor as well too. 19.5 minutes. Mid inhibitor goes down. Matthew's going to try and walk Shelly in for one last dive onto these Nexus turrets, but will not be able to find it. However, Cutie on the wrong side of this one. Jax is going to be here in just a few short moments as you see this Hong Kong player waiting on one side, and over he comes with the satchel, but it doesn't matter because that's Annie just there to blow you up. Garvin is going to actually secure that kill, so another key member falling on the side of Akuma now, and this Infernal up for the soul point. This is massive for UAE.
UAE has been in absolute control of this game. There's an inhibitor down at 20 minutes. They're going to take their first dragon of the game. And if this game goes long enough to get a 4 stack of Infernals, I feel woefully sorry for the side of Akuma here. Because 4 dragons with Infernal dragons and the soul, it's almost impossible to come back to fight back against. There's just so much damage. It's an extra 20% if my calculations are correct. 4, 8, 12. No, 16%. Excuse me.
16%, yeah.
16% extra damage plus the explosion from the Infernal Soul. Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, especially with how much damage is already coming out from the side of UAE. I mean, you look where those kills are. Not too surprising to see Garvin up once again on that Mundo being a big tanky boy, but the pocket pick Annie for Hong Kong player has been putting in some really good work. The stuns, the damage is just insane to me. Watching how fast these squishy players tend to just poof disappear off the map. But yeah, you definitely got to keep vision on this Annie. You cannot afford to be face checking these brushes with that amount of damage coming out. However, Baron is up, and UAE just getting themselves some nice control over this side of the jungle. And I like that. Oh, trying to go for the blind hook there. You will see some carry this. We'll see coming on out just as a little, hey, back off, buddy. But Matthew will head on back, and the pings are coming out towards the Baron. So with that reset on Lilia, UAE are going to feel safe to go ahead and push this. Jax on the other side of the map getting a split push on, and this Baron is going to start to get shredded down quite fast. No vision for the side of Akuma on this one. Oh, this is looking very good for UAE as they are going to pick themselves up this Baron. It's not as fast as we've seen in the past, but wait a minute. Ooh, that Mega Inferno Death Bomb almost coming through, but it will not be enough. UAE pick themselves up a Baron here at 22 minutes, and they're going to look to do some sieging here, possibly in the top lane, as that's where the numbers seem to be going.
Yeah, and remember there is still a inhibitor down in that mid lane as well, so they're gonna have to constantly send people, and it is really hard to clear super minions this early in the game because you don't really have the items to clear them just yet. But it is going to be. Oh, that mid lane or the top lane inner turret's already
Oh,
down.
the arrow is so clean. The hook is going to be stopped by Dark Lord Matt. He jumps in front of that, says, "Get down, Mr. President." But Bodast is melting down. The Ignite is ticking on him, and he will drop. Hong Kong players able to find it, but he's over the wall as well, too. Solo on the Annie, managing to survive. No, he will step on one of those minefields and get taken out. But Durana able to take down Dark Lord Matt. UAE find a massive team fight. 4-for-1. Hong Kong player will be dropped, but this Baroned up minions are going to be doing so much work in the base of Akuma as UAE now getting the TP from Rizwan. Dream, this could be it. This could just be the final push here as these death timers still around 10 seconds for a couple of these members as in come the members of UAE looking to take down one Nexus turret. His health bars are really, really low, but the hook on Acuity, the flay on back. Are they going to be able to do it? They are able to take him out. They will lose Durana, but this is so risky now as in comes Bodas. Here comes the charge as well too, but the shutdown finally pops up on our screen as, oh no. Oh no, it's Dunk City, baby. It's Dunk City. Get dunked on, baby. Revnon gets one. He gets two with the passive. Oh my goodness. It was almost all over for UAE, but it's not quite there yet. Akuma, hold on and defend their base. And oh, a lot of Baron buffs are actually going to be lost in that exchange as well too. So I don't believe anybody is going to have those available for them. So I can go ahead and make that graphic disappear. But oh, Akuma, they are not out of this yet. No, no, sir. Not the least bit out of this.
Yeah, and that is such a massive swing too. Darius now is sitting on 2,000 gold, got double shutdowns there. Is gonna feel very, very good about that, and it's going to be scary going against this Darius now.
Scary
And
Darius.
I just gotta say that is a lovely skin for the Darius there. Not as great as the God King skin because, well, you guys know my name.
Which
at
one
this
is that?
point.
That's
Come
the
on now.
oh, which one is that? It was a recent skin that came out.
It's the Lunar Beast.
Lunar Beast. Yes, thank you, Dream. Yeah, that is a good one. It's no God King. It's also no Dunk Master because when I say Dunk, it's usually referring to that skin. But now we've got another Fernal.
Driver.
Pardon me? Oh, Dunk Master Ivern, also another beautiful skin, but Infernal is up and it's down. That was extremely fast. So no contention given on over that. Two Infernals now in the pockets of UAE. Two dragons apiece now as Cutie gonna have to back on out. Oh my goodness, there's the arrow once again. The hook to lock him down. Durana is gonna be able to take down Cutie. Now Akuma in some trouble. Are gonna have to back on off and play purely defensive mode right now as UAE looking to stomp on into the base, looking to potentially end this one out, but just trying for this inhibitor as a start. So this will be nice to open this up as well. That'll be a lot of pressure down onto the base of Akuma right now. Jack's currently on the bot side pushing in that tier 2. This is still anyone's game right now. As I have seen many games where we have been down to a Nexus turret and things get flipped around, but UAE looking so good right now. Let's see, is this World
I
Series?
actually distinctly remember a game between my team and your team where we had a Nexus left, and that was it. Darius.
My goodness. 1-for-1 trade there. The top laners will be extinguished from this skirmish as UAE still treading very carefully in these fights. They don't want to overstep it. They don't want to throw this as a nice flay or hook and flay will come down from Matthew Bobo. It's mat on mat action there, only here at Legends. But yeah, UAE is just going to take a step
Funny,
back.
'cause my actual name is Matt, so
Matt on Matt action
got
with Matt giving you the action. Could you imagine? Imagine if my name was Matt too. Damn, that'd be a lot. Oh goodness.
Eddie, you guys will forget that from your memories. If anybody calls me Matt, I'll find where you live. Eddie.
Anywho, this game is still looking very much UAE favored, Dream. This is, about looking at the quick maths here, about 7k gold up for UAE. We are starting to get to that late game stage where gold leads are starting to become, I wouldn't say completely irrelevant. They are still very important right now, but, you know, if this game gets to a point where everyone's level 18, I mean, that's the point where you kind of got to take a coin and say, let's see how this team fight's going to go. But it's been looking so good from UAE, but Akuma still mounting quite a nice defense on their base there.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to actually push in. Zig's very good at the being able to make sure that the base is safe with his wave clear. Tristana pretty good at the wave clear as well, but really the only person that can defend against the Jax is that Darius there. And it looks like they might get collapsed on here.
Right, possibly. That's going to be the Ash arrow coming through once again on the Revnon too. Taking him out would be huge for UAE, and he's just going to get dropped. That kill goes on over Garvin, but now Rizzy is on this bot side. The Satchel Charge to get that Ziggs on out of that Jax engage, but the pings are just going down onto the base right now. Rizzy Ron with the beautiful counter-strike there. Does not matter for the Lilia Altus. He's just going to go ahead and kill some carry. Mega Inferno Bomb coming through as well too, but Cutie is down to a sliver of health. Bodas having to go on back, but Dark Lord Matt is the target right now. Members of UAE just barreling down this mid lane into the base of Akuma. This could be it. Bodas goes on golden, but he's just going to get picked off after he comes on out. That's a Nexus turret. UAE has just the Nexus to take down. This is going to be it. Our first ever LTS champions. UAE take it in our game 5. Holy moly. What an incredible series. UAE turned it around. They were down 2-1 and still managed to flip it back in their favor. Absolute incredible stuff from both these teams tonight, but UAE secure the win.
They broke the blue side victory streak in
They
game
did.
5 of all games.
They did. It really, I said it like, I think probably 6 or 7 times before. It all came down to that. But they go against the odds of what we have seen all night with the blue side victory. And UAE just find fight after fight after fight after objective after fight and do not let Akuma find an inch back into this game. And even though they were defending extremely well, UAE find Revnon out. They use everything on them. And that's really all you need at a number advantage when there's 2 inhibitors down in the base. That's enough for them to say, okay, we got this. Let's go finish this game off.
Yeah, and wow, what a series. That was beautiful from start to finish. It was a roller coaster because first game UAE had their bright moments, but they fell down. Game 2 ended in a surrender of all things. Game 3 was Akuma taking the game by the throat and just running with it. Probably the most dominating performance besides this game. This game definitely was a far more dominating performance by UAE. Game 4 was a very, very close back and forth, but the Ashe was just too strong in the end. Nobody was able to kill her, especially with that Lulu and Volley Bear there for protection pretty much every single time. The Tristana pretty much running away with the game, and this game was just from start to finish just a one-sided affair. I feel like there were flashes where the Darius, he comes in, he gets the double kill shut down, and you think maybe this is it. This is our chance to come back into this game. But UAE slam that door shut. They go take a dragon, and then they go take the Nexus for the 3-2 victory in our first ever LTS finals.
Yeah, what an incredible, incredible series. But Dream, we are going to be heading over to an interview with the winning team very soon. So if you want to give any closing remarks here on our cast tonight, you have the floor, my friend.
Those were my closing remarks.
Beautiful, beautiful. But buddy, couldn't have done it without you. That was an incredible series to cast, and I want to thank both these teams here tonight for giving us a great series, and a memorable one that will go down in the history books of Legends. But we're going to send it on back to the analyst desk here. Dream, thank you so much for joining me on the desk tonight, buddy.
Yep, I will see you on Tuesday, Gurf, for the finals of LRS Draft.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Alrighty. We're back, and we got a big fat UAE logo on our screen because they are our first ever LTS Premade champions here in Legends Esports. So congratulations, UAE. We're going to hop into chat with them in a few seconds here to go give a little little talk, see how they're doing tonight. But while we're doing that, make sure to vote on your player of the series. We have the vote rate up right now for essentially like player of the game, but for UAE, that will be up right now, and we'll announce that at the end of the night. But let's go ahead, hop into the UAE call here, and chat with our new champions. Hello, everybody. How are our new and our first-time champions for the LTS League doing tonight?
Good. Tired. Very tired.
That sounds like a sigh of relief to me. I mean, you guys, this was not an easy series. This was not an easy team to go up against. But, you know, coming in, you guys were pedal to the metal in some of these games. And even against all odds, you break the curse on the blue side. You win it on red to finish things off. How is everybody feeling other than tired after all that?
All right. We feel good about it. Obviously, we won, so feeling pretty good. Happy to be here.
Awesome stuff. But I just have a couple questions. I won't keep you guys too long because you know you go celebrate or go crash after that. It was the long series. You know, being down 2-1 there, or 1-2. How are you guys feeling about that fourth game coming back and clutching it there?
Oh, I guess I'm answering it. We just changed up the draft a little, right? We bust out the Tristana mid that we actually play, but we haven't been playing ever since the nerf, the -2 AD. And then I think that was very a key part of it because they're not used to playing against double ADC, which scales super raw and also very really fast. We also flexed a volley bear and they didn't adjust very well to it, and then they had to ban in game 5. So I think that was the key.
Yeah, I really like that too. The change up on Durana to put them on the Ashe. I think those Ashe arrows were beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So honestly, I can't just give congratulations to one person because you all just played so damn well tonight. So, you know, going into the last game, this will be my final question for you guys. Going into the last game, 2-2, you're on red side. What were the final calls there, the final ideas before going into that last draft, thinking what needed to be done?
They didn't ban Mundo.
There you go. They didn't. Like, yeah, Garvin, you were an absolute animal in game 2. I believe it was game 2 that that Mundo came out. If we go back, yes, yeah, game 2 there. You guys brought that out. So somehow slips its way through the cracks. The Mundo comes back. The Annie pocket pick was also wonderful to see. The amount of damage, I was gobsmacked out there, guys. But congratulations. I just want to commend you on a wonderful split, and of course clutching the finals, being our first ever LTS champions. Any final shoutouts or remarks as we close this split off, or close this league off?
I can say, like, thank you for all my viewers for supporting me in the chat.
To all the Garvin fans there in chat, big thank you for joining up. But guys, thank you so much for being amazing this split. Always being ready and enthusiastic and on time for this stuff. It's been incredible having you, and I hope to see you back next split.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Take care, guys. Rest up. You deserve it. It was an incredible series, but we'll see you around hopefully. Good night. All right. Well, we got to hear from our very exhausted UAE players. They have put in a lot of work, and it is time for rest now. They have done their grind. They have done their work, and now we say goodnight to our LTS league, as that is the final game for the league. So we have finally gotten to crown our first ever LTS champions, and as our player of the series, well, it's not going to be pretty. I can make it pretty fast on the screen there, but it is none other than Garvin on that as the player of the series here. So congratulations, Garvin, there. The masses have spoken there in Twitch chat. But guys, this will be the closing remarks here for tonight, as we are going to be ending out things very soon. However, let's see if I can just go back a couple slides here and make things all lovely as they were again. Yes, just like this. Thank you each and one of you for tuning in tonight and supporting Legends Esports. I appreciate each and every one of you being here, following, being active in chat there. It's honestly a ton of fun for me. But we have one final raffle giveaway to do for the night. We have about 13 of you in that polls or in that raffle. So if you haven't already, use command raffle. I will give you another 30 seconds grace period as I finish off my announcements. Make sure to tune in this weekend for our next stream. Saturday and Sunday, 3 p.m. EST is both the LAS and LRS Valorant semifinals. So I believe tomorrow is going to be Wunai versus Phoenix Gaming. So that'll be a very spicy match. And of course, Sunday will be Brock University taking on University of Ottawa. So couple of spicy matches here. Lovely, lovely casters and streamers. We got Baldemode, we got Kabahi, we got Dr. Coctopus. Wonderful talent for you lined up this weekend. And of course, next week, we only have one League of Legends stream. That is going to be the LRS Draft Finals, the last one of the winter split for League of Legends streams. But that's going to be it in terms of this upcoming next few streams. Valorant Finals will be next weekend, so make sure to be around for that. But I think I've spoken my piece. We're going to pick a raffle winner in a moment. Registration is open, so if you haven't already, make sure to head on over to either our Discord or use the command register as I'm putting here in chat to bring you to the link for our registration page. So go ahead, find a link that works best for you, because we are planning on, again, one of our biggest splits coming up this summer. So I'm really looking forward to it, being a part of that as well. But that will do it from us here at Legends Esports, except our raffle winner. So let's pick one quick. Gonna close that up. Let's see who our final raffle winner is of tonight. Could have been anybody else. You know it's got to be Dream. He's got to get one of them in there. So we're going to give some tokens back on over to Dream once again. He gets another 2,000 to add to his already insurmountable amount of tokens that this guy has accumulated. He's just good with predictions. What can I say? He's just RNG god at raffles for some reason. He I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But guys, thank you so much for joining us here on this very special night. That will conclude the LTS pre-made split for the winter split. And don't forget, it is a very special night because it is our 2-year birthday. So happy birthday to Legends once again. As it's a crazy feat, we have made it 2 years on the stream now. So it's been truly incredible. But as we close out, we you know what, I see one token raffle that wasn't redeemed, so we'll do 1,000 token raffle as we close out the show. Just make sure to stick around to see who wins that and that you actually get entered into that. So I'll pop that 1,000 tokens ready to go. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. This is your boy Gurf, your caster, your streamer, your host extraordinaire, signing off for tonight. I will see you Tuesday, but make sure to tune in this weekend for all our Valorant streams. Guys, I love you all. Hope you're all staying safe and healthy. Take care, guys. Good night, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.